Road. I'd like to call this meeting of the Town of Cromwell Board of Finance to order. It is 7:20. Just for everybody that's here in the room, it might be a long night, maybe not. There's snacks, there's water. Grab something if you need to. Really, at this point, what we're going to do is we're going to dive in and start with the Board of Education operating budget. After that, then we'll get into the Board of Ed CNR continuing non-recurring requests and stuff going after that. So what we'll do is obviously we got the presentation here. I'm just going to start with a few questions. That what I'll do is what I always do is I'll start one direction, go around. Again, if we can maybe try to keep it to 2 or 3 questions, guys, and then let someone else go, and we'll keep cycling around until we're all good. Any issues? Good? Sounds good? Trying to think. Would that be a good idea?
Yes.
Technically to get going. All right. I joke every year. Let's see how much the check is they make out to me. Let's see. Where is it? Okay. Can I have a motion to approve? Is that what I want to do? To approve $40,681,494 for the Board of Education budget.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Maley, seconded by Mr. DeProto. Okay. Not that big. What's that, Jim? You good? Okay. All right. First off, thank you for being here. Thank you for bringing an audience. We appreciate it. All right. Again, I'm just going to start with a few items here, and then again, I'll kick it around to my group. I don't want to monopolize the whole bit here. Okay. To start, let me just ask, in the presentation, on slide 22, there's no way, we're not doing the screens anymore, right? You turn them off, okay. On slide 20, just for clarification, you mentioned that the balance for 24-25 were to the good by 206,082. Am I reading that correctly? Yeah. Yes. Is that, what's wrong?
That's a special.
That's just special.
Is that a projected number to the end of June 30, or is that what the number was year ahead when this deck was created?
That was the number when we presented to the Board of Ed.
That's the number when you presented to the Board of Ed in February or whatever, or
Yes,
January?
Correct.
Okay. Is there any,
Oh,
do you have any update to that?
Yes. So at this point, we spent a lot of time, is that on?
I think so.
We spent a lot of time trying to calculate the reimbursements that we're going to get from the state and how that's going to impact our bottom line for special ed costs. So you may have heard the state recently released supplemental money for special ed costs, but during the course of this year, the percent that we've been promised has ranged from between 55 to something like 73%. So that's been a bit of a moving target for us. Our current projection in terms of if we still calculate our projected reimbursements, we still will be ahead of the game in that $200,000 to $300,000 range. Again, but there is some guesswork in terms of the reimbursements.
And any idea and a timeline on when that'll become clearer?
Well, we've received part of our state reimbursement, so we have a good idea of what the total amount will be. However, we have received information even just today that that supplemental amount that the state approved won't show up until June. And so there seems to be, they're telling us what they think it will be, but June is a long way away, and there's a lot going on with state funding. So we're hopeful that amount will be correct. The other piece that we're working with is that we do also receive reimbursements from the Choice program for students that receive special ed services within district. So that's another reimbursement calculation that we're tangling with in terms of trying to get an accurate number.
You mentioned before about the possible adjustment to stay, and I don't know the ins and outs of this, so if others do,
Sure.
by all means, but it was part of it coming through in June, just due to some of the variables that they're waiting until last minute because they don't know what may be going on at the federal level, or is that, am I
It's,
making too much of a calculus on that?
The June, the supplemental piece is what's coming through in June. So we've received a large chunk already, approximately 75% of the original estimation. The remaining 25% would come in May, April, May, and then the supplemental amount is supposed to come in June. And I don't know, I don't know the reasoning on that
could.
timing.
No, if you
got something to add, I do, just yeah. I think I did. Mr. Chairman, the General Assembly and the Governor appropriated 40 million additional statewide.
Right.
So that amount of money is actually, I believe it's to some extent conditional on getting to a certain date with having a certain amount of money in the bank, which is 99.9% likely to happen. So there's just a delay in the calculation and all of that. So it has essentially nothing to do with the actual costs.
Yes.
And if I could just follow up on your question, I think what the chair's question was, granted, we may get more income and we may have more expenses, but in the question I think he's asking is, if you take the amount we budgeted last year for this year versus the amount you're intending to spend this year, is that number roughly in the $200,000 to $300,000 range?
As long as nothing changes as of today, yes.
Yes, and that does
Granted, this is, everything's an
Right.
estimate
As
as
of
of this
today.
minute. I
including,
understand.
the reimbursements are part of that bottom line for us, so.
Well, are they really? Because the question we're asking is how much are you spending on this need? Not how much is somebody else gonna give you. I mean, we could give you more money, they could give you more money, but the question really is what's your need to expend?
Well, let me put it this way, if we didn't receive any reimbursements, we would be currently over the amount that we budgeted, because we're dependent on those reimbursements.
I'm not following.
When-
The
When you
reimbursements
say
that,
reimbursement,
the reimbursements that we receive from the state and from the
which
choice.
is a grant, right? Yeah, okay.
That's part of our budget process in terms of
Right.
determining special ed costs. So
Granted.
we are dependent on that reimbursement to determine our bottom line. So that
Right.
reimbursement amount currently is a moving target for us, but we believe that, yes, if those reimbursements come through as projected, then yes, we will be in the positive.
I understand what you're saying, which is you have this segmented up into 1,000 categories of things you spend money on over the course of the year. This is not one of them, this is like 10 of them or whatever. And you have them here. But our question at the moment, again, is not, is that a net winner for you if you add our appropriations, state grants, federal grants, something that comes from, the Kaiser Foundation, God knows what? If you add all that together, is it a net up or down? That's not our question at the moment. Our question at the moment is your actual expenditures on this item are higher or lower than you expected and a year ago. And the answer, as I understand it, is it's $200,000 to $300,000 lower.
Correct.
Oh,
Could I just say one? I believe that
thank you.
this line, this actual line, right, that's net of expenses and the reimbursements,
Right,
right?
that's.
Yeah, it's not just expenses. So the reimbursements are buried. I just want to make sure if that wasn't clear, that's.
Well, that's why I'm asking this question. And I think that's why, I think the chairman was asking this question, which is, okay, I don't think we care, of course, but I don't think our question is, did you get an extra $1 million and therefore you spent an extra $800,000 and that's why you're 200 ahead? Our question is, 1 year ago today, you said you were going to spend, I think, $3,759,048 on these special education issues. I'm assuming you are expecting to spend 200 to 300 less than that.
That would be correct.
That was the question,
Well, just for
I think.
for quick clarity, I believe we got the right idea, but I believe what you expected to spend was the 3,965,000.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. I just wanna make sure
You're right, that's.
And the expected spend is 3.759. So my question was that 3,759, was that as of a certain date, or is that number what you believe will be on June 30?
The number in the presentation was calculated in approximately January or so for the Board of Ed. So, currently, we're
Yeah, right, we haven't updated it since January. That's the number as of
Today.
January. Correct?
Well, yeah, that 3,759, that has to be what you're anticipating through the end of June, because if that number was in January, that means you spent 3.7, that means you spent almost all your budget 6 months in.
No, it's what we anticipated.
Right, it's in the amount of money is in.
So that is the number you would expect to spend on as of June 30.
Right.
That's what I just want to make sure that was what we're projecting. So, again, as of this, the 206, and now you've clarified between 2 and 300, that's what you're projecting by the end of the year.
Yes.
Got it, okay. You mentioned about the credit recovery tutor and the spend there and that it being a saver, okay? One, any idea on the yearly savings that would be? And two, do you know what category we would kind of recognize that decrease in?
Oh, here. Here, go over there and oh no, you're here. I'm like, you're sitting.
So the credit, hi, everyone, the chip box. It's important for later. So the credit recovery tutor, we anticipate starting the year between probably 4 and 5 students that we'd like to participate in that. And these students are either not attending school currently, receiving one-on-one private tutoring through the Board of Education, or attending other credit recovery program. So it is definitely going to be a cost savings for us, because right now we're either paying, a large tuition for an out-of-district, placement. We're paying one-on-one tutor for one student, which definitely adds up. This way we can have one tutor for 4 or 5 students versus one tutor for for one student. You could see there's a cost savings there already. I'm trying to get a good estimate in my head, but I don't want to guess, so. But I can get the number for you but I just wanted to explain what that's going to look like. It's definitely going to be a cost savings because we can touch more students at a time doing it this way, and have more of a program, and it's a continuum of services for our students to stay in district, which is also a benefit to us, versus sending them out.
You mentioned before that anything contractual falls under, which category was it? I lost my page. Professional services or something? Is that where that expense would then be reduced in that category?
Do you mind if I,
Yep,
mind if I speak
sure.
education
Yep.
out loud with us?
Yeah,
Education
please,
time.
we're not going anywhere.
All right, good. Right now, are we paying the tutors and the outplacements, like however these kids are getting service? It's coming out of my guess, but you
Yeah.
correct me if I'm wrong. Tutoring comes out of salaries, and then professional technical services if they're being outplaced or
Tuition.
outplacement, tuition. Okay, so there would be in 2 different buckets, is what we're saying. We are spending money in tutors right now and in tuition. Do you have an idea of approximately what we're spending right now?
I have to open my computer. I have it on something that I created, but I don't have it in front of me. So would you give me a minute?
Do you mind, if we come back to this?
Okay, let me get it.
So whatever she comes up with minus the 24,000 that, for this position.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get a feel. If we're.
No, I hear you.
I'd love to hear that we're investing 24, 25 into something, and you're telling me we're pulling 50K out. That's obviously, a win all the way around. The human resource assistant. 2 parts on that one. One, obviously I see the salary figure and stuff in here. You mentioned that it's half HR assistant, half security kind of thing.
Yeah,
That 57, is that the combined both role figure?
yes.
Yes, okay. Can you walk through real quick some examples or I guess how you got to this point where you feel as though this position is needed.
Yes, so right now we have an HR department of one person. How many people did we hire, Michelle? I hate having Michelle come up and speak for her own department, but come on up. How many people have we hired just this year to date, approximately? Oh, here. Okay. And then, I guess I'll ask you those questions. I can help get your answer if I want. No, we'll make her stand. We don't share offices this big. She doesn't even have a window that works. We don't treat her nicely.
Okay. Hi. Good evening, everyone. So yes, so technically, on a given basis, anywhere from 70 to 110 employees a year. And so that's certified, non-certified, daily subs, paras, tutors, administrators, every kind of position that might possibly work in a school district, custodials, sub-custodials, sub-paras. And some of them are per diem, they come and go. It's fluent in the sense that many times they come in these positions and they move into other positions, so I'm constantly filling. So right now the position's just me, myself, and I wear like 3 hats. But there's new laws and compliance that come into effect. There is the new Connecticut paid sick leave law where there's a lot of tracking. So this person, I mean, I would love to have a full-time person. I'm happy to have a part-time person that would help me part-time, just whether it's typing letters, answering phones, sitting with new employees. And also this person would answer the front door of the new central office facility and buzz people in for security reasons. Right now we don't have anyone to do that. We really needed there was a need for 2 positions, but we basically took 1 position and we split that position in half in order to prioritize the need for security and safety at the front door.
HR, Michelle is the only director that doesn't have an assistant. And another thing that I'm trying to avoid is Michelle working until 8, 9 o'clock at night, because what happens is when people are coming in to fill out their paperwork or complete their paperwork, they're coming in really before work or after work. So her days are very long. The talent development piece she didn't even get into, as far as how are we recruiting. Right now she's working on setting up a system, an HR system, completely by her. It's unheard of, completely by herself. It's just time to get her some help so that she stays with us and never ever leaves. And then that other piece is the component of now we have a front door at central office. So it was happening, and it's a terrible setup. Everyone's getting interrupted while they're working, right? Our accounts payable or whoever it is. The door buzzes, everyone was taking a turn because of it's close, right? So they're taking a turn. There's a whole line of questioning that we have to have, show us your ID, the whole thing. So we would take turns with everyone doing that position throughout the office. So now it's going to be 1 person, which is going to bump up security, and it's needed. It's been needed, but there was really nowhere to put this person.
I have one more question before I'll start kicking around to someone else. Do you have?
I do.
Okay. Do you want to just move the mic over, please?
Yeah. Just pull up one more thing. Sorry. Okay. So, right now, based on what I put together, where did my sheet go? I lost it already. Okay. So, can you hear me? Right now, we're currently paying about 2 tutors per month, and this is all based on the contracted rate. So when I did the math, 2 tutors per month costs about
$3,600 per month to pay 2 tutors. If we had a credit recovery program, we would only need 1 tutor, a certified teacher. And I added in a paraprofessional in here in case we needed some extra support. So when I did that math, we, just for the tutors, the salaries, we would save approximately $1,276 a month, which equates to about, we would be saving, yep,
I'm just doing the.
Oh, you're
numbers.
doing the numbers.
No, go ahead, you do them your way.
we would be saving about $12,000 a year if I cut that in half. But on top of the 12,000, I was pulling up the number for the outplacements. If we bring students back, and again, this is all dependent on PPTs and decisions, but if we bring students back from the credit recovery, that could be another $80,000 on top. So the 12,000 obviously seems small, but if we include which everything adds up, right? If we include the outplacement students, it would be about 80,000 more that we could be bringing back. That's just for one student. And that saves us from sending students out. So this is also going to help us
Sure.
keeping students in, right?
Is this a relatively new concept or idea, or is there a reason why this hasn't kind of been in force previously?
We've actually talked a lot about it, and it's never come to fruition. And this year, with the help of, Mr. Kuckel and Ms. Maher, we decided it's time because there's more and more students that are having attendance issues, credit recovery, and when we talk about continuum of services, we really want to keep them in, and also giving them one-on-one tutoring is not always best either. We want to keep them, socializing, coming to school. The one-on-one tutoring sometimes, not done in the school setting. It can be virtual. So we really want, it's going to benefit to keep students, part of the community and feeling connected to, this is at the high school level. So I think it's time because it's increasing, yeah.
So I think that's the most important thing is the increasing piece. The school avoidance, just like with outplacements, we used to have so few. So when you were talking about students who were school avoidant and needed credit recovery, if we were out getting a tutor for 1 or 2 kids, we were talking about 3,600 times 2. Now it's too many kids, so we can have it in ours, and it's better. This is better for them, but the cost savings between this year and last year, it's a no-brainer. We're probably going to save close to. I would say next year we would probably save about at least 50,000, and we'd pay or more.
Yeah.
That's if we can get everybody to come back, and then eventually what happens is parents get used to knowing that this is our program. There are no other choices. Like right now, we have kids in programs, and parents are used to those programs. Kids are used to those programs. There's usually a social emotional component or a behavioral component. We have it under control, but then as new students arise with attendance issues, this is our program, this is where you go, and then you save more money. That's what happened with our program for our ages 18 to 22. We're at the point where most of our students go to our program.
And so, just real quick, and then I'll move on to my last question, for right now. So that savings that you're talking about, that is so you have pulled those numbers out already within what you're presenting to us?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, okay.
And that also will cut down on transportation costs.
And that's reflected in here too?
Yes.
Okay. My last question, and unfortunately there's no page numbers on here, but I'm on the salary and assignment schedule for certified personnel, okay? I think it's on the last page of the certified personnel page is where it's got the co-op work education and the credit recovery tutor and everything else. Just one category that kind of stuck out to me versus last year, and I just kind of wanted to chat, to ask you about it real quick. There's a category in here for substitutes, daily, long-term, and building, okay? Last year, the budget was $463. Okay? This year, we're at $610. It's like 32%. What's going on there?
What isn't going on? So basically, long-term subs are used for maternity medical reasons. So when we have someone that goes out for a maternity and medical, we have to bring in a teacher. We just can't have a vacant position in that area. We usually are bringing them in at a lower rate, but there's still a cost. And if it's a shortage area, as we know, not only in the state of Connecticut, but nationwide, is a shortage area, especially in areas like special education, math, science, school psychologists, speech and language pathologists. If they're in an area like that, it's a very competitive market. In order for me to get a long-term sub, sometimes we can't find them, and sometimes we're outsourcing and getting a contractor to come in. We've been very lucky in Cromwell. We've done a very good job, but that's where that's going to come in for long-term subs. It really depends from year to year how many people are having babies and what our health is in our workforce. Daily subs, same thing. You can thank the Connecticut paid sick leave law for the rise in the amount of time people are taking out. And that's a new law that came into effect where they earn an hour for every 30 hours that they work. That started in January. People can take time off for any reason. We can't ask why. So we need to provide coverage. Again, we can't have an empty classroom. We can't have no one providing support to our students. We need people in the cafeteria providing lunch for our kids. Same thing with building subs. We do find that having building subs that know our students, that come to the building every day, become part of staff. They do a lot better than a daily sub that works per diem or using an outside contractor. And then we're talking about minimum wage that has been going up slowly every year and being marketable and competitive with other school districts that are paying $150, $160 to get daily subs that hardly exist nowadays. So those are all contributing reasons of why there is an increase to that line.
So, based upon that, again, it's called it's not quite 33%, but it's a 1/3 increase, right? So current year through end of March, right? We got a third of the year left, right? Am I doing that math right? April, May, June, right? So are you guys saying you've already hit 463 in that category for this year?
I don't know the answer to where we are.
Well, I mean, I'm just trying to get how, trying to get a little bit of how the sausage is made here. I mean, there's got to be a calculation that goes into coming up with 609, 572.
It's a real number, so Michelle, take.
So we look at how many people are out this year, and we look at the trends of how many people are staying out. And when I say stay out, FMLA people are coming in or on leaves of absences. So we look at what our subline coverage might be, and there's different coverages. There's subs lines and there's coverage, because if we can't find a sub, we're paying a teacher to cover, and that's more expensive.
So this is one of the biggest issues, right? We have a shortage. I was hoping you were
Yeah,
hitting
go
there. We have a shortage. We can't find subs. We have a lot of people, wonderful young teachers having families, growing families, and then we have, unfortunately, people who are very sick. And then we can't find subs at the rate that we're providing. We can't find subs. So what's happening is in teacher contract, and so should it be, there's a coverage rate. So you teach 5 classes, 6 classes, whatever you teach. If you're giving up your prep time, you have to go in and cover because we can't leave kids alone. So now you are making, you're making a coverage pay. That's where it's very expensive. So we've been lucky, like Michelle said, with subs. At least we have our classrooms covered. We have building subs who know our students, so it really helps with the behaviors. But I do not see that there's going to be a decrease in providing coverage with this Connecticut paid sick leave. It's only going to increase. And that price comes with a really high price tag.
All right, I'll move on from it. I guess for me looking at it, you guys are obviously on top of looking at special education and knowing where those numbers are and the grant. To me, just looking at that jump, I mean, that's a 6-figure, jump up from where we're at now. I just figured that would be something of a hot topic.
We might be in the red. We have to find out. We can go back and find out if we're in the red. We might be.
Okay. All right. Let me start this way. Again, we'll keep it a handful of questions. We'll keep it moving. But Mr. Quigliano, go ahead.
Hi. Thank you for being here, guys. My question's coming from the pupil services line, it, looks like we got about a 64% increase, and so I'm in the student services section of the book. And when I look at the contracted services, looks like it almost tripled. Can you provide a little bit of color on what the effective school solutions are, and maybe why the outplaced student service section went from 0 to?
I love this because we all know the answer, but here, so, would you like Chris to do it? Sure.
I'll start.
You'll
Sarah, and
start.
we can Talk about ESS. So, one thing about our special ed budgeting that we've changed this year is previously we would track student expenses. There's tuition and then there's student services. And in terms of, again, the reimbursement, all of our reimbursement from the state would come back into the tuition line. And we know that about 40% of our expenses are related to student services. So we shifted more money into our pupil services category. And if you look at the 560, the tuition line, you'll see that there's a decrease there. So that does look a little bit heavier in terms of how much we've budgeted for, but it's because we're trying to actually budget for the services the students are receiving, not everything lumped under the category of tuition, if that makes sense.
It does. So on the reimbursements you mentioned there, is that estimated? Do we know that's coming? How much of that are we confident in?
Again, there's a low confidence in what the percentage of the reimbursement will be because it varies from year to year. The state has an elaborate formula of what each town, based on its demographics and economics, should be receiving. Cromwell should be receiving, I believe, 88% of their expenses, and so this year we're going to probably receive about 72%, and that's over the threshold. But we have also been told at one point this year we were going to receive 59% of our expenses. So it's definitely low confidence.
Okay, just to go back to your first point on the tuition. So if I flip to the initial page there, so we're talking the 162 to the good versus the 396 now in pupil services. It's on the breakdown of that student services tab.
I'm sorry, could you repeat where you're looking?
Just on the summary on the student services.
Oh, okay, yes.
So you said you moved costs from the tuition to the pupil services, so that's why we're down 162 there?
Yep.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, I'm good, John.
All right, thanks for everyone that's showing up. Appreciate y'all coming out. I have I'm going to start with kind of a general question, just in my experience of my line of work. I'm just wondering, how much effort do you put in, how much movement do you think you can get with vendors and supplied services and things like that? Like, we really beat up our vendors and suppliers and renegotiate contracts to try to get better deals. And if we can't, we can always go somewhere else. And I'm just wondering, how much can you do that in?
A lot.
All right.
We do a great job. As a matter of fact, the directors come back to me and say, this is what we got. Dr. McLean came to me the other day and I said, what? And I go, did you go back? She goes, this is a really good price. Other people pay. I said, I know you could get them down. I double dare you to get them down. $5,000. She comes back. She's like, they did it. Like, constantly. We are constantly going back and negotiating, because there's always wiggle room. Always wiggle room. So I would say ESS, one of our huge expenditures, I got them to not give an increase at all for this year. They wanted, I don't even remember what the increase was because it went in one ear and out the other. And then I was able to get the services for summer school, which is supposed to be an extra $30,000. That was included. So yes, we negotiate everything, and our school secretaries who do a lot of the ordering They are unbelievable. So between them, the big contracts with myself, Dr. McLean, Mr. Butwill, Ms. O'Leary, Mr. Bazano, oh, you listen to Mr. Bazano, the two of us, we're cheapskates, so we negotiate everything. But there's always ongoing conversation, and I think it's like buying a car these days. We're always negotiating.
Thanks, Dr. Macri. I guess I'll follow up with kind of a similar question in that vein. Do you think there's something you could do with, I think it's under your, where is this? Facilities, operations, and communications. For example, you're spending about $15,000 for the just iPhones and tablets and things for the central office and yada, yada, yada. Is there something maybe you could do with like to a better deal with Verizon or whoever your provider is or something like that? I don't know, just a thought.
Have we tried? I'm just looking back at Steve Von Bachhoven, who's our manager of IT. I don't know, Steve, can you come on up? I'm sure you do the best you can, and it's difficult because everything could be, FOI'd, so we can't even, we would all be so happy if there was no such thing, because we wouldn't even have this line. We'd all use our personal devices. It's frustrating. We all have to carry two phones and,
Yeah, part of that is our provider is AT&T, where we get, because we are considered first responders, we get the first net pricing, so it already is pretty competitive. We get a pretty good discount on our service as it is.
I forgot that.
Thanks, Steve. I was just wondering, like, how many phones are we talking about here? Is it 100?
No.
10?
Every administrator.
So anyone who's considered a, what did you just say? Oh my gosh. So every emergency responder. Thanks, first responder. So all administrators, if you're on our crisis team, then you have to have a phone. But we try to double dip as much as we can. So you're on a crisis team if you have a phone already. That's sadly how we make most of our decisions. Anyone who, so for example, IT, they have phones. Custodial, the head, on-call custodian, we actually share that phone so that not everybody has a phone. So if you're the on-call custodian for that weekend, it's only one phone and we share it. So we do a pretty good job with making sure that we share stuff, but we all have to evaluate. So every single one of us has obviously a desk monitor, but we all have laptops. My laptop, I just know myself, is as old as since I've been here 6 years. So we haven't even replaced any of those. But you're evaluating, right? So you need to be able to do that while you're evaluating. I think the first net is the big deal.
There's other, we do provide one line for, so that the camera at for the football games can operate properly, and provide the service there as well at Pearson Park. I'm trying to think if there's anything else out of the ordinary.
Does that include our security cameras?
No,
That's
no.
not.
Okay, I was just curious because
It's about 25, 26 lines, if I remember correctly.
Okay.
In total for phones, and then there might be some answers.
Yeah, it was just, one of those things I saw, and I was like, wow, I wonder if they could save some money here or there, or, it was one of the things that popped up in that line of thought. Just one last kind of similar question. In the, almost towards the back, let's see. Yes, it's the last page of, I guess it's capital outlay, under technology. It talks about these technology replacement loan programs in various years. Could you just elaborate on what those are? Thank you.
Sure. So during the last 4 years, when the district was in need of, this especially during the COVID era, the district was in need of significant amounts of money to upgrade student technology so that all students could be connected. they began a process of taking out a 4-year loan each year so that they could access, a good amount of money. These loans were usually in the like $200,000 to $220,000 range. And so what you're seeing there in that's under technology is the pay schedule, and you can see which school was benefiting from that loan that year. I'm glad you asked, because what we did this year is we're trying to get off the loan merry-go-round, and we decided that this would be the best year for us to do that by tightening our belt a bit, projecting what we needed to do for our student upgrades this year, which is that $90,000 amount, and then slowly let the loans fall off each year. We're going to lose one each year, and so in 3 years from now, we'll be looking at a lot of money that can be directed to student technology and not to paying back these loans, which the money has already been expended.
That's marvelous. How many year loans, how long are these loans for?
They're 4-year
4 years?
loans.
Okay, excellent, thank you. And that's it for me, I'll pass it along to Matt.
Okay, thanks. Hi, everybody. Yeah, maybe going back to what Chris had mentioned before on the special education front. So we can just go by the main summary. John started on in your presentation, the grid that the lady loves so much. So, yeah, I guess I can understand the geography shift that you mentioned, Mr. Butwell, between the tuition and pupil services. That's fine, but in aggregate, if we're estimating that full year 25 will end 200 to the good, again an estimate, but that's our best guess of the full year. We're thinking that's going to be 200 to the good. We're going to be at 3.7, but the proposed budget is at 4.6. So do we really expect like a $900,000 increase versus, hey, this is what our best guess is what we're going to spend to end this year, and then we think it's going to be 900,000 more next year?
I'm sorry, where are you seeing the 900,000?
It's not on the page. It was going to be another ask. Is like this special education is more of like a look back, and then through fiscal year 25, it's the the grid.
Okay.
I was just pulling out of there the three things that make this up. So I was taking that summary from the pupil services.
It's literally a miracle. Well, this is a miracle. We've sat here before where we come to you and say, we are $800,000 in the hole. We don't know where we're gonna get this money and how this is all gonna work out. The fact that this happened this year is every star has aligned, which we are absolutely grateful for. But if this happens 2 years in a row, it'll be a miracle, legitimately be a miracle. So it's hard to answer your question. We projected those numbers based on who's sitting in our seats right now. And we actually shouldn't say too much, but we have, I like the watch list concept. We have stuff on the watch list.
Yeah.
And meaning services and people that we are keeping an eye out on.
Yeah.
We're doing the best to maintain what we're doing, but that could potentially make a change overnight of $400,000. But that wouldn't be today, right? That would be from September to the end of the year. So to answer your question, your guess is as good as ours.
No, well, if that's the case. No, but, look at fiscal year 24, we came in 833 over budget.
That's what I
so
mean.
that was a blast of cold water for sure. It just, to me, going from, hey, we're spending 3.7 because things did align, to then, well, but, things are going to be really bad next year. It just seems pretty stark, that type of a step up. Maybe I could pick on the 510 object, the pupil transportation. I mean, that one alone is going up some on in the pupil services, 510. That alone is going up close to 400,000, special ed transportation. Is it just, we anticipate farther distances to travel or more use of the transportation next year than this year for meaningful drivers behind that?
I think it would be fair to say, when we're trying to pull together all these numbers for special ed, you're planning in January for the upcoming year, you have a list of students that you think will be here, and then in addition, you're talking about their transportation, their tuition, their services, and you're not sure if those prices are gonna change, never down, or they're gonna go up. Transportation costs have increased quite a lot, and that transportation amount is also based on, we're not just using one bus for the students that we're transporting. Each year is sort of like a different potpourri of which students need to go where. And, you can't necessarily say, okay, we're gonna use one bus and drop kids all over the place. That doesn't make sense. They need to get where they need to be in a timely manner. So that amount, that increase reflects two things. I would say the change in the student population that we're projecting to serve. And then secondly, yes, we've seen an increase in the transportation costs by the vendors that we use.
So the vendors, this is the business we should all go into. I wish we could afford to buy our own buses. The prices that they're giving us are completely outrageous, and there really isn't much that we can do about it, because we used to be in a situation for years, I mean, this is my 32nd year in education, where we would use DACO in Middletown and here, and they would get upset if you went out and tried to get a quote, because in their contract, it says you would quote us first for special education. They would get upset because we would try to find a quote that was less, because it was just so outrageous. Now, they're like, we can't find a van to transport that child, let's just say, to Bloomfield. And in one situation, it's further than that. So we give you permission to go ahead and find whoever the heck you could find, and the person we're calling knows we're dying for help, and they give us this outrageous cost, to the tune of last year, a couple students being like $72,000 for the year. So you really don't know. And the behaviors can change, and the needs can change of who's on that bus, like Mr. Butwell said, or you could be able to put 2 or 3 kids on one bus, and then something can happen, and you may not be able to do that. You may have to put one child on one bus, and there's a million, reasons why.
I get you in the sense that, hey, it's just a guess. There's not, it's not like you're padding things here, but it is a best guess. It's for something that's very volatile, and
It's right.
sounds like something that's
And
it's
certainly a best guess in terms
challenged
of,
market. It's
we
a
wanna make sure that
seller's
we're
market.
providing for the students that we see there, like that's,
Yeah.
That's our best guess for what they're gonna need, and we're very committed to that.
And I think it's important for us, we have also changed one of our, the assistant in Sari's office has changed, and what we found at the beginning of this year was that we're under budgeting for some services, and we fixed that as well.
Okay. Is that a geography issue, or like the money was
just
budgeted somewhere else? I mean, because it's all.
It was just a clerical error,
Okay.
and which contributed a lot to the balance of being in the red for so much money as well. So
Well-
it's hard, transportation, you guys can talk about when you meet and look at everything. So you meet at the end of the month. They just met the other day, and this is the crazy thing, like, we just got.
We'll meet regularly. We'll review, student services, transportation, and look at money that's already been encumbered for transportation, and look at, how are we doing with the money that we have. And as Dr. Macri said, even just this week, we determined that some of our, transportation funding was going to be short for some students, so we had to increase, the amounts, to the tune of like, I think 270 or 250 for, increased transportation. We want to make sure we get to the end of the year, and, changes in transportation and expenses, required us to do that.
Well, just stating the obvious, because we're all wrestling with the costs. Just looking at actual costs for this special education budget, 2.3 in 2021, and 5 years later we're effectively at 4.6. So, it's a doubling in 5 years, and it's not a doubling of a trivial line item, right? Like eggs. I mean, this is doubling of 2.3 million, and it's kind of unsustainable from a state standpoint. So I know we've talked about engaging leaders, because it's not just a Cromwell problem, I imagine.
This is a statewide and probably nationwide problem, and,
Okay.
I'm sure you've heard at the state level, there's tons of discussion about it.
which is why the 40 million was appropriated, and now we're hearing that we made, it's been an, I feel like this advocating for this has been like a part-time job for me.
I'm sure.
It's all encompassing because we, like you said, the sustainability, we just cannot afford it. And then you can only imagine the hit, when they told us we were only going to be reimbursed at a 59% rate, we're a small district. You could only imagine the Hartfords and the New Havens and the Bridgeports, we're talking millions. It's not sustainable. You're
I mean,
right.
it seems like, yeah, it seems like some kind of quasi-public-private partnership
Yeah.
could do well here, but outside the scope of our, one last question on this for the, when you say that, yeah, this budget items are net of reimbursements, is that above and beyond what's shown on the prior page 20, when you have the cost of education, you show town appropriation, education equalization, state and federal grants, are those reimbursements factored into the amounts shown in slide 20, or is that
We only know
outside of that?
for 2024, so this is exactly what happened.
Yeah,
We won't be able to give you those numbers like.
oh, no,
Chris
no,
mentioned.
I mean, are the reimbursements that we receive within the pupil services, special
Oh, yeah,
education
it's in here.
umbrella,
Oh, yeah.
baked into here? I wasn't
Yes.
sure if those are
Oh, no, no, they're-
additional, because you kind of net them
Every
out, okay,
penny that you see
Yep.
is baked in with reimbursements that we get to
okay,
the knowledge that we have to this second.
okay. Gotcha, yeah, so, I mean, I guess the true cost of the special education isn't, this 3.9 million, I'd have to look at how much attributed reimbursements, I mean, it looks like like a couple million of reimbursements, so, okay.
And remember, this is really hard for people to remember too. We get reimbursed once we hit a certain threshold. So we don't automatically get reimbursed fully on a student that has special needs. There's a specific threshold, and then there's a formula that they use to reimburse us once we've reached that threshold on that particular child. It's very complicated, that's why they meet so, they meet so much. It's hard to figure out.
Okay, can I mention one more about the facilities operation? Okay, just because the solar panels near and dear to, my heart, in terms of familiarity with the topic on the building committee. I understand the evolution of, they had the original estimate in there, we're gonna have solar panels, this is gonna be the cost, okay, well, we're not guaranteed, no solar panels. I think that the number that's in here, might be a bit high, relative to WIS as like a point of reference. So WIS at the usage that's listed, I'm in the,
We have an email.
facility operations.
Did you get that email, Matt? We have an email from the HVAC company that the building committee actually hired for the
Yep.
estimate. It's to the penny.
Yeah,
They told us what to put
I did not
Oh,
see that email,
They told us to put in 318,
18,000.
that was their number, the experts that said, this is the number that we believe if you don't have solar panels, this is what we believe your electricity bill will be. I know what you're saying, we were saying the same thing, we're like, wow, this is.
This was from, CES, the folks that are involved with Perkins, or like another, like your own HVAC specialty?
Whoever you guys hired.
Okay, so yeah,
meaning
the
building
same,
committee.
same people.
Yeah.
Nonetheless, I'd like to see that email, but the very last page of the facilities operation on the back notes WIS's electricity usage at, call it 1 million kilowatt hours. We just had the public hearing, right, and these people, CES, said the range is about 800,000 kilowatt hours. So if this building is consuming at or below WIS, I don't know why we would, and WIS doesn't have solar panels. I don't know why we would budget more than WIS.
We
I don't know, maybe.
simply got a number from the experts and we
Okay.
put it in.
Yeah, no,
But Claudio could
that's
talk
fine, yeah, if
about,
there's other
yeah, that
background,
was
yeah.
literally how we did it.
Just trying to square
If
it.
you want the email, we can send you the email.
Matt, you're 100% right. Everything you said. We did a comparison based on WIS. WIS is similar in size.
Yeah,
Maybe
so
has
figured.
some older equipment rather than the new equipment
Yeah.
that's going into the school. So we base it on that. Then we receive an engineer's study that tells us. So where do we go with? Do we go with
Gotcha.
the engineer, or whose job is to figure these things out? Because all we did is a simple comparison. We said, buildings are similar, similar components, maybe uses a couple 100,000 or 100,000 more or less kilowatt hours. It should be very similar. And that's why you notice our first number is much
Right,
lower.
well, your first number, well, I know it was smaller, and you had
Yeah,
the presumption for the solar panels, so.
Correct.
That was how,
Okay.
that was how we budgeted in the first place before, and Claudia was like, what the, we all were like,
Yeah,
how
we-
in the world, but.
Yeah. No, that's fine, I'd love to see the email separate, outside of this process, but, yeah, nonetheless, I think that might be an area that's worthy of dialing back, just from a judgment call standpoint, I guess, if you will. But, gotcha.
Thank you.
Yep, thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for being out here tonight. Student Services tab, and then the Object 323, sort of the detailed page. I know we've spent some time talking on, we may have others wanting to talk about it as well. A couple questions. Toward the middle of the page, toward the bottom there, the outplaced student services data, I'll admit, if it was in previous budget books, I just don't remember it, because I looked back at them, I couldn't find it in there, so it seems like this is new. Maybe it's just additional information you're kind of sharing, which is good. But it may be, and I know people keep asking about the reimbursements and all the like, but maybe just a quick walkthrough on how those outplaced student services, obviously there's two very big numbers, or sizable numbers, there's two small ones. Small ones probably aren't that important. And then how it ties to the reimbursements, and is there sort of like, do I look at that as a netting effect and go, it adds up to 981,000, and the reimbursements are 802, so it's 179, we're not getting reimbursed? Or is that the wrong way to look at it? Is those reimbursements just sort of apply to the whole page? Or are they sort of tied to those 4 line items, or the like? Just an explanation of that would be helpful. Thank you.
So you're correct. This is new, and Mr. Butwell explained it before, but I'm going to try to do as great of a job as he did. We decided to budget differently this year for our outplaced student services. They used to be in tuition, but we wanted it to be more accurate in terms of where we're actually spending the money. We get billed. Ooh, that was me. I'm too close. We get billed, and we
It's not
pay.
you.
We
Equipment. Yeah.
We pay a tuition price, but it is broken down in terms of tuition and the services. So this year, with the help of Mr. Butwell, we decided we wanted to move the services into this 323 page. That's why that is new, so you're correct. But it's not more money, it's just we're reallocating it into, be more accurate into how we're actually spending the money. Yeah.
Okay, so then those 4 items, that 981, 782, the details doesn't matter. That is all, is that part of the 1,770,000? Is that how we look at that? That number's rolled in there? Is that the math on that? I think so, just looking to verify it. Right?
The reimbursements?
No, the 4 items for outplaced student services, that add up to $981,000 and change. I believe that is part of, I didn't do the math myself, so sorry about that, but I think that is part of the $1,770,000 number. And I'm just trying to walk forward to get some numbers, then I have a couple questions about it. I'm just trying to make sure we're all on the
Yep,
same page with the
correct.
numbers.
All of that
Okay.
jumps up to the top to be included within that 1.7 that you're, yep.
Yeah, so I don't mean to, so, for me, right, looking at the object 323 total, right? 624,034 was the adopted last year. Right? You're saying this year, after net reimbursement, so we're up about 400 grand.
Yep, and I can explain why we're up even more. We're up, yep, so we moved over those outplaced services, so that includes, and then ESS, last year, we didn't have it in the budget for the middle school because we had a grant. So this year, we've put it in the budget, and that's about an extra 150,000. So that's why the increase. So we can explain that a little further if you'd like, but.
So ESS, we're trying to grow the program because it's actually helping us save money for outplacements. So pretty good at the high school. Last year, I just asked Matt Lesser to get us a $150,000 grant, and he did last minute. But he told me it was a 1-year grant. I did write to him and to Senator Lesser and to Representative Carpino. I did fill out one of those sheets to try to get in the part of the bonding. They can't make any promises. I don't think they're going to be able to do anything to help us, but it's worth it. we've applied for like 10 other grants that we've heard from that, no, we won't help you, even if it's $5,000. We applied to the Red Sox. I mean, whoever would listen to us, we applied. However, ESS at the middle school, we have one clinician, and that we most likely, and Ms. Puccioli could attest, would have had to outplace students this year, and having ESS in the middle school is releasing our social worker and school psychs to be able to work with the rest of the population who is struggling, and then ESS is working with our 10 most significantly needy students, which is then helping them stay in district. So even if we were to outplace one of those students, it would be more than what we're paying for them.
So then for ESS, I guess that's great that we had the grant last year, and so thank you for that explanation. So for the 439,
Two schools.
value can come in many forms. One is certainly financial, but it may not be the only part of value. So maybe just talk to us a little bit. 439, is there a sort of a net financial value above the 4039? And if not, what is it? And then sort of what's the other value if it's not fully financially valued?
So the financial value this year, I would say, just for the middle school component piece, we definitely saved money. Where if we had to outplace particular students, I'm trying to be very vague because I have to be careful with confidentiality. With particular behaviors being exhibited, the outplacements can cost anywhere between $60,000 and $250,000. I would say we probably just this year were able to avoid about a $200,000 cost to the district for the middle school. The high school, we are reaping the benefits of not outplacing with the 2 clinicians that we have while we're servicing 20 students as well. We have not. We've only outplaced when we absolutely have to. So throwing a make-believe number at it, I would say we're probably $300,000 to $400,000 in the positive this year. The rest of what it contributes to, and we just had a meeting last week as far as, do you want to know about like how wonderful it is for our kids to be able to stay in their home school, and just how positive it's been, and the teamwork that we're constantly trying to improve between the wraparound services that ESS offers that we can't offer as a school system, after school, parent services, one-to-one therapy and group therapy, and then hooking them up with an outside provider, and then being able to talk to them all the time. It's just, it's priceless, and we are constantly working to improve it. Is it perfect? Absolutely not. Are there days where we're like, oh, do we think we can maybe figure something else out? But then we get together as a group, and that outside piece, the peripheral piece, is we could do what we can do for 6 hours during the day, but supporting these kids after school and during the summer, which ESS does, is invaluable.
Have you looked at expanding ESS then and going above this number? Or are we sort of at a peak, kind of like a balance of like, it's just the right number, like probably don't see us wanting to go higher, or do you have thoughts eventually to want to go higher, or?
We've definitely discussed it. I think there's still growing pains, and it takes 3 to 5 years to get a program really up and running to be strong. And I think we want to focus on that versus expanding it and not doing it well. And we want it to be perfection at it, as much as we can with what we have now.
We just brought in,
and we're really working hard at that. So that I think will benefit our students more than expanding.
bringing in the middle school piece this year was a huge undertaking, but it's going well. Where we need help, and ESS they're working on being able to help us. They're not there yet either, is at the elementary level. That's where we are really struggling. But the program in its existence the way it is, even though they're expanding too, won't be that helpful with elementary kids, and that's where we really need some help. So.
Thank you. The last question on this topic, and then I'll move on, let Dan take over. The contracted nurses line on that same page, sort of in the middle there and all, and I'll admit I don't have a good understanding of all of what that's in there. Just the question is, for 23-24, I think it was about 71,000, and now we're looking at 148. So it's a good, over a doubling kind of thing. So obviously a question, like sort of why is that happening, and are there alternatives to that, and kind of what's your thought process there?
Without being confidential, because I don't want to give it away, it's a small number of students that it affects, but we had increasing nurse services for specific students, and it came about after we had already put the budget through. So that's why we had to put additional nursing services in that wasn't budgeted originally, and that's due to the increase.
I think
Yeah.
I
Does that
think
make
what's so
sense?
hard is to say, you think of like, you go to a hospital and you have a nurse that's taking care of, right, and doing their rounds. And so we have that nurse for the whole school, right? And then we may have particular individual students that may need their own nurse. And that all depends on their wellness and their well-being, and that is determined by the PPT and it's medical.
We just to recap that, and so you think the 71,000 a couple of years ago was just low? We didn't have enough in there, we ended up probably having to go over on that, so it's not as dramatic a change, it's more like it was already sort of in there.
Yeah, well, due to student need, we had to add additional nursing services, so that, let's say, was probably for one nurse, and then we had to add additional nurses, so that's the increase. Yeah, without being too specific.
Is that okay? So, two things real quick, just to go back on what the vice chair was talking about. What's, I guess just so we know, what's like the average cost these days of an outplacement that we're seeing?
I would say average 100,000,
Okay.
which that's low. Low.
And then before I let Dan know, because I know I'm breaking my own rule here. We had, you know, the public hearing, this whole intro, everything else, we have a slide that talks about why 6.25, right? Did I miss during that, there's 150K for a new ESS program? I mean, isn't that something big and new that, did I miss going through that?
No, it's under special education, so the
No,
main.
I'm sure, but it's just, it's a big new ask, right?
Right.
It was a grant last year, and now it's a big new ask this year, right? And I get the goal is to try to save money. However, we talked about new staffing positions and everything else that's coming on. I just want to make sure, like, it took some digging and some diving to go through and go, hey, there's a $150,000 new program in here. And unless I'm wrong, this is the first we've discussed it, right?
It's in the notes, and it was in my notes as well, so I'm sorry for not saying it, because there's a lot to remember when I'm presenting a $40 million budget. Please excuse that.
Well, let's,
But yes, it was in
Okay.
my notes to talk about it.
I mean,
And it's under a driver, significant driver.
Maybe you're referring to, because we had a lot of the, I guess you call them COVID grants, what they call the COVID grants? Yeah, that's right, ARPA grants. Yeah, we were sensitive to just tracking, right, when ARPA went away, what things stayed, and maybe this falls in that.
No, I should have
camp.
just brought it up.
That's all,
I just
yeah.
didn't. It's in my notes.
No, but I'm
just
just saying
didn't.
that's probably why you're.
Sorry, I know I look perfect, but I'm really not.
well, just, we hit on a lot of other
Yeah,
areas,
I
and, I mean,
Just
this is a six-figure
Yeah.
ad, so I guess I'm just trying to make sure I wasn't. All right, Dan, all right, go ahead.
All right, thanks a lot. Unfortunately, I am going to stay on this page for a couple of moments here. I guess one of the questions I have, and it may gets back to what we were talking about much earlier, a little bit of Steve's. What I guess I don't understand, is this a formatting thing, that the fact that the services only reimbursements only accrues to the proposed budget? There was nothing in last year's budget for reimbursement? Isn't there reimbursement for these types of services every year?
Yes.
So why am I not seeing a comparison to what was in last year
It was all,
to this year?
so it was, yeah, go ahead. It's all intuition. Okay, so this is really, I think, important. Let me just say this, and then you can explain.
you're fine.
So you have a student, and we pay, I'm just gonna
Well,
give you a number.
I'm sorry, Doctor, because we're gonna take a lot of time here. What we're trying to get at is, how much do we spend on a special needs student? And then how much is the state reimbursing us? And then are we, or federal, or whatever reimbursements we're getting, and are we seeing an increase because the reimbursement rate is going down as the spend goes up, so we don't get as much of a reimbursement against the spend? Like, every year we get 50%, but then when we go up, we're only getting 40% next year? Or does that stay consistent year in and year out?
It's changes, and it depends on how much the threshold of
But
of
that's the
what
point. The point
yeah,
is,
it's,
we could be going up $400,000, and a lot of that could be because we don't get reimbursed as much on that increase as what we've been getting reimbursed for.
So,
yeah, Sari. can
So it'd be
ex-
good
I
to
do wanna
see that
explain-
breakout.
Yeah, this page for you, I just want to explain the reason some of these reimbursements weren't here last year is because we, like I explained, had it all under
No,
tuition.
I understand. I'm just,
Oh,
I'm
okay.
talking about a formatting issue here. I'm talking about
Yeah.
like how you provide us information so it's easier. See, there's a lot of things going on. We're transferring money, and we're telling us we're transferring money in this year, but then last year's is left as is.
We have to do that. So that's what, I think if I say this, this might be helpful. So you have a student who is a tuition student. Okay, so you have a student with special needs.
Yep.
We have to pay, I don't know, $10,000. Let's just say it's $10,000.
Yep.
For that student to just attend that school. That's
Understood.
the tuition. Right, so what we were doing in the past is putting the services of that student into the tuition line. It's truly now, that student is costing us $10,000 just for the placement, right, the
Right.
tuition. And now, speech and language, we're getting charged from the school for speech and language, for
Right.
psychiatric issues, for whatever they may need, we're getting a separate bill. So we were combining these into tuition, which wasn't a good idea. The better idea is to say, this is how much we pay for tuition, and this is how much we pay for services in special education. And it gives you and us a better picture of how much more money. So that's what's causing, this will never happen again. This is the first time we did
Okay.
this.
I understand, and its reasoning all sounds right. What I can't see here is, from a reimbursement perspective, on what we're achieving from a reimbursement perspective, what do we have in last year's budget versus what do we think we're gonna get reimbursed for this year? You didn't, that's
Right.
not on this page anywhere, and it's,
We, so when you look at the 560 tuition page, under 2425,
So Dan, that'll be a few pages ahead, a few pages ahead.
Okay.
Nope, not back.
Which way?
few pages.
More, deeper into the presentation.
Yeah,
it's
Right,
two
560 sped, yeah.
object 560 tuition.
Yep.
So if you look under the column 2425,
yep,
and you go down, you'll see, under the reimbursement section, you'll see 653,296 and 1,437,797. Those were the total amounts for reimbursement that were budgeted for. It was not broken out for tuition and services. That was all of it.
yeah.
So this year, and I understand what your question is, but for
Yeah,
this
I'm
year-
sorry, Mr. Butwell, can you, I'm not seeing those numbers. What number did you reference?
Sure, I'm on sped page,
Yep.
object 560.
Yep.
2425 column, all the way down to the bottom.
Right,
It says under the category reimbursements.
Mm-hmm.
right, Hartford
Okay.
reimbursement.
Yeah,
choice.
2.01, oh,
Yeah.
2091.
And you see those two numbers above it, that's
Right.
how we got to the 2 million,
Okay,
okay?
yep.
That's
I'm with you.
100% of the reimbursements that were budgeted for the 24-25 budget. That's it. It wasn't broken out by tuition and services.
Right.
Okay, and what happened was, under this tuition, the majority of the tuition costs and the service costs were just lumped under this category, which we felt
And you
was.
had no way of, like, splitting those apart to give kind of a view as to what's happening year over year.
That's what we're doing
That's-
now.
We're
Well, no,
starting,
I understand, yeah, but I'm saying for presentation purposes for us this year, it would've been good to like, at least make some estimate as to like what the split was between, because I'm looking at like a huge decrease here in estimated reimbursements, which is driven by the fact that you've split services out and then moved it,
right.
but there's not really a huge decrease occurring, right?
There's not.
So it's hard, that's what I'm having a problem with in trying to distill what this information is
I
telling me.
understand what you're
I
saying.
don't mean to harp on this, but.
No, it's fine, I understand, I appreciate that feedback. I think, if this is helpful, you can take a look, if you look at, our services and tuition, if we compare the 2 years, 24, 25, and
Right.
this proposed year, okay?
So they're pretty much flat? If
They're
I
pretty
take
much
the
flat.
802,
There's
right?
actually, I do have a little chart on my page here. There's actually just a difference of $234,000, and 150 of that is for ESS. So there's really just a difference of $84,000.
So $84,000, so we're going up, so basically what we're saying in this budget is we're going up $600,000 in cost. If I'm thinking about this right, maybe I've got this wrong, but we're not getting any more reimbursement than what we've gotten year over year. We're not, there's, the cost sharing on this is non-existent on the increase in the special ed increase.
Yeah, well, and
Is that, do we really believe that? I mean, do we
Well,
really
what we
believe
bel-
we're gonna go $600,000 up in cost next year, and then we're not gonna get any more reimbursement
what we
from?
believe is that the state isn't consistent in terms of what they're,
I mean,
what they're gonna pay back to
What's the
us.
history been on this? Is that the history?
All over the place.
Okay.
Respectfully. So when we budgeted our reimbursement amounts for this year, we use a very conservative 60%, even though we should be up in the 80s, and in the past few years, it's been in more so in the 70s. But with the sort of scare that we had this year where the state suddenly said, oh, you're gonna be getting 59% reimbursement, we didn't feel it would be, we felt we wanted to be more cautious and conservative in terms of estimating that reimbursement. Could it be more? Yes. And of course, it's also dependent on what services and tuition we're providing for students,
Right.
which of course can change as well.
And then may I just add that
Yeah.
Because of the geography thing between tuition and pupil services, but in total 600,000, but the pupil transportation is not apparently eligible for reimbursement, and that's a near $380,000.
That's not included in reimbursement?
It's factored, it is eligible as part of the reimbursement,
Yeah.
but we didn't break it out three ways because
Oh.
as it is
Oh,
now,
okay. Right, it's just, it
I think they
wasn't
take the
broken out.
whole.
Okay.
yeah, it would be too much. As it is now, we roughly know that tuition is, it's roughly a 60-40 split tuition services.
But this
So that's
budget
how
would
we-
say that's going from a 60-40 split to now a 70-30 split or a 80-20 split. I mean, it's hard to distill from what I'm looking at, but you're basically saying, we're gonna go up, we're gonna spend more money on special ed,
Correct.
appropriately so, right? The need's there. But we don't expect to get the support or help at the same rate that we've gotten in the past from the various buckets that we receive these from.
Yeah, I would say we're not confident.
So I'd
that
like
we
to
will.
have a split that tells me, like, on a percentage basis, like, we anticipate this year that the sharing is 60-40, in our budget next year, we think it's 70-30.
Well, when I say 60-40, I'm referring to the fact that most of when we look at our student costs, tuition is about 60% of the cost.
Okay.
And services are about 40.
Oh, I see what
I'm
you're
sorry,
saying,
I
okay.
apologize, that's what I
I'm
meant.
talking about the split between what we spend
Oh, no,
versus
sir.
what the, so what is that, what is that right now? In like this year, we would anticipate, and I guess you can do the math here, like we spend, out of $1 of special ed, we spend 80 cents and we reimburse 20 cents?
No, it's much more complicated in terms of, the state has a very complex formula which says, you take basically the student tuition rate, which is roughly $20,000 per year.
Yep.
Multiply it times 4.5, which would be roughly $95,000. Once a student's special ed costs exceed that $95,000, so they gotta get the $95,000 first.
They join, then then you start to reimburse.
Then whatever's over $95,000, you will get somewhere between 55 and 72%, even though you're supposed to be getting 88%.
Okay.
So that's the moving target
And we'll
that
change
we're
it
working
4 or
with.
5 times during the year, and you never know.
Can I just,
But
yeah, it's so frustrating.
I have this spreadsheet in front of me that I'd never be able to show you, because it's confidential, but it has every student.
Right.
Tuition, transportation, and it has the exact excess cost amount with the math that we'd be
Right.
getting back. But this can change, like Dr. Macri said, because we may have 5 students that leave, so then that changes our reimbursement right there. And we have 3 submissions we can put in through the year to the state, so that's also kind of another
So if our
factor.
costs go down, then our reimbursement, but they don't go down proportionately.
Yeah,
go
and
up
sometimes if we
proportionally.
miss the deadline to put in a student, because if they started after March 1st, we can't put them in at all. So there's a lot of parameters around it for us.
But it feels like our anticipation next year is our level of reimbursement is not proportional to the level of cost that we're going up for special needs. And that's part of the significant increase that we're seeing year over year. Okay. And just, one more thing on this page, so the ESS program, which we obviously said yes to last year or the year before, I know you guys have been working on it, and it seems like it's been very successful, so kudos for that. It sounded, when we were talking about the tutors earlier, it sounded an awful lot like the ESS program. How is that different? I mean, it's like,
Depends on the,
is it the type of student that you're servicing and the type of person that's servicing that student? But it's a
more
lot-
related to mental health, so, we have students who are school avoidant, and when we say school avoidant, we have tried everything to get them to come to school, and not just ourselves, with so many providers
Right.
that help us, and we just cannot get them to come to school. So they do credit recovery, so that instead of coming in, a lot of the anxieties happen while there's a lot of people in the building. So if we had credit recovery during the day, some of our students wouldn't come anyway. So this now is gonna offer the opportunity when everyone is out of the building to be able to offer the services, academic services, right?
Right.
Versus the mental health services.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. I just have one more question, so I can pass this on. We talked about the fact that we transitioned salary from non-certified to certified. We did that just in the current, next year's budget. Last year's budget still reflects how it's being reflected today, right? So is that correct? Am I,
Last year, yeah, and it was just for your position, just one position.
one position, right? If I look at that and I do the math, that means that our non-certified then is going up like 6 or 7%, not 2.5%. And our non-certified went up like 9% last year, so it feels like non-certified is on an inflation path, and I don't know how much that is. It doesn't sound like we're adding many positions at all.
Is it because we negotiated so many contracts?
So if I look at your overall summary page, and I have non-certified personnel going up 117,438 at 2.44%. But if I take the 165,000 or 170, whatever it was, and I put it down into the difference under non-certified personnel where it was originally, right? That would put non-certified going up,
So I think there's two things here.
okay?
I hope I answer this well.
Yep,
The non-certified position as Director of Finance was a less rate. Last year, we had, remember, an interim. So he was working part-time, salary, very little. The year
Okay.
before, the person was in non-certified
so you're
staff.
saying in the 24-25 adopted budget, we had a lower rate for the Director of Finance
Yes.
for that year? And so a part of the difference is the fact that we're now full-time,
We're
full
out
year
full-time. Yes, full year.
going in?
Yeah, last year was just interim, help us when you can.
Okay,
Struggle.
okay. Okay, all right, I'm good, thanks.
Okay, thanks.
All right.
The things that I think is is causing a little bit of the confusion up here. I don't know if it's confusion, but just uncertainty is something that I certainly don't think is your fault, but has to do with the new way of doing public budgets, that, you know, some of these things are being presented to us in a sort of traditional line item way. It's like, you know, how much did you spend for people transportation in line 510, and that's boom. And then others of it are things like, as we've been talking about almost endlessly, the special education budget, which is, well, here's what we spend on special education out of 5 different lines put together. And I think that has probably made it a little more difficult for people to get to. Honestly, this has been going on through almost the entirety of my career in public finance, and you know, one year we call it zero-based budgeting, and one year we call it object-based, and the next year it's program grouping, you know, it's
Equity-based.
flavor of the month in terms of accounting. But, so, there is a little uncertainty in terms of what does this number in this line relate to that number in that line, which both seem to be about the same thing but are different numbers. And so let me just ask a couple of questions on that. And one of the first ones, I want to go back to Chris's question earlier. On your executive summary, so on line 323, pupil services, going up just under 400,000. And you said, well, we moved roughly 150,000 from tuition to there. Okay, so that still leaves 250,000, which is, 40% increase from last year. So what's the rest of it?
Yes, oh, sorry, excuse me, are you answering or?
Yes, ESS was also in there, as I explained before. We had the 150, that was a grant, and we had to add that in to pupil services as well as the outside contracted services for the outplacement. So that was another additional 150.
So where was that? I understand you got a grant to pay for it, but where was it in terms of your budget last year?
So as far as the 150,000
Yeah.
or so I didn't even know that we were getting that until, was it the end of May or June? This is what happened. I got a call
Right.
from Matt Lesser that
Okay.
said, it's some kind of bill where everyone just throws everything at sea with sticks.
Okay.
And he said to me, if you had, I said, this is the program I would like to start at the middle
Right.
school. I've been wanting to. This is about how much it costs. And then at midnight, I got a call from, I believe I got a call from Christy and a text from Matt saying, you got the money. And
Right.
it was like I won the jackpot. That's how it happened.
So that amount was not in the base of your budget last year?
No, I wasn't even considering it because we wanted to perfect, like we talked about, we wanted to make sure we got the high school program right. And we were like, do we take the chance at middle school? How's this going to work? What is it gonna look like? But then when someone said, can you think of something for, so I said, yeah, I can think of something right now. This is what I need and I wanna give it a try. And we did, and it worked well.
So that, but from our viewpoint.
You
sitting
wouldn't see
here,
it, no. it was
We're,
never.
this is a brand-new program.
That was a whole, right, that was a
Okay.
whole, yes,
Okay,
that was a gift. I love those kind of gifts.
okay. And I don't want to talk about that anymore. Oh, we've been talking about the same stuff over and over again. I think that's it for me for now. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone, for being here. I know we're probably all up past our bedtime at this point. Just a question on the CMS, electricity. The number that the contractor gave us, does that account for shutting down the old middle school?
Yes, the middle school will be completely leveled. It's supposed to be coming down. The electricity gets shut off if, I'm thinking, I believe July 7th.
Okay.
The electricity, oh gosh, we remember this crazy stuff, I don't know how. But July 7th, the electricity is out and then they're going to begin demolition.
Demolition, so that's already accounted
that's
for?
already, yeah.
Okay. And then just my second question, and will be my final question. It's kind of small, but just on the theme of the middle school, I know the school committee has done a great job of, securing, all the equipment, everything that's gonna need to go in there. The object 690 for other supplies and materials, we actually are budgeting a decrease. Do we think going into a new school, there's not gonna be some things we get in there and say, hey, oh, we should have gotten this, we need that, and
So that's a great question, and we are nervous about it and anticipating, and we never know what's going to happen with, the monies that we have right now. It's April 3rd, we have, approximately $700,000 in our, monies that we hope to have, but we really don't know, right? Because we have to get through April, May, June, then we still get bills July, August. Is there things that we might miss? We almost missed them. But yes, I would say yes. We almost missed them, and we have gone over those plans so many times. So if it's a must that we must have to instruct, to educate, or for safety, then we have to figure it
gotta do
out,
it,
for
yeah.
sure. We think we'll have some of the funds that we get to hold for 2%. And then we also, if we don't, then we're gonna have to figure it out. We might have to wait a year unless it's
Right,
legit
yeah.
related to, really, and safety is our main priority. And then other things, we might just have to wait.
Okay, thank you, that's all I had.
We'll cycle around again. Go ahead, Chris.
Yeah, I got a couple of nitpicky questions. Just on the CHS budget, on the 330 other professional technical services. First question, just the Royal Flush. I know it's only $1,500, but if we're putting in a new bathroom, do we still need those?
CHS?
CHS, yeah.
Oh, are you talking about the outside?
The outdoor bathrooms?
So the porta potties, you're
Yeah.
saying get rid of?
I know it's only $1,500, but I'm just stuck out to me there.
Is that the only place we have it?
That's
So
CHS.
basically, we have a porta potty, the Royal Flush is 1,500. If we get the bathrooms, there should be, then we should be able to, yeah.
Okay.
Oversight. Sorry.
I said they were
40
nitpicky, Matt. I said that.
Good question, Chris. Can you look at the rest?
Yeah. And then my other, same
okay.
spot, the other question, the athletic trainer fee, it went up
Yes.
40%?
Yes.
Can,
Yeah,
Is
we'd
there
love
any-
to, it was supposed to go up this year, and to Jamin's, I called and had a humongous conversation for like over an hour saying, we're not paying it, and you're not going anywhere because we have a contract. It's just, no one has personal trainers. There's a need for them. They're underpaid. They're getting, schools are just not having them, which is irresponsible. And we consult with Select, and they came right out and told us this is gonna be their new contract, this is how much it was. They wanted to start it this year without even giving me a heads up, and I said, absolutely not. I thought we were gonna lose the services. But we worked it out, and yes, that is now the new price.
is that going forward?
It's going
That's-
forward, yeah, and even if this person knows our students and our community and everything very, very well, and we're getting a lot for what we're paying for. If we were to, let me have Josh explain. Josh, our athletic director. We
Hi,
were to
Josh.
Hello. So I don't have the data in front of me, but I do have a spreadsheet at home where we're way on the lower end of what we pay our athletic trainer. When Select came to Enza, they said, you know, the going rate is 70 grand, 80 grand plus, and you guys are at 50 grand. One thing that moved the market was some legislation that passed. I believe it was called the Living Wage Act. And it said if it's your first day as an athletic trainer, you step in as a 22-year-old, you have to make at least $58,000. Our athletic trainer is in his 17th year, and what we were paying out to Select was $50,000. So as this process was going through and we were looking at the numbers, Enza said, we have a deal, we're not coming up. But we had done some background work, and Valley Regional was paying $80,000, Coginchac $75,000. And what happens is, if we stayed at $50,000 going forward, we would lose him on July 2nd. He would go to another school. There's a huge athletic trainer shortage. There's poaching going on. So even coming up to the $70,000, we're still a little bit on the low end, and then the plan was to increase by 5% each year. So I believe in 2 years, we'd be paying $74,000, and then $78,000 is what Select is looking at. And the athletic trainer is just so important if there's a medical emergency on the athletic fields.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, I have a few kind of interesting questions, I think. Now that the CMS is looking to be winding down, I'm just wondering, is there any reason to run like an auction of leftover desks or whatever?
So that's a great question. We have to look at the charter more closely. What we did was Claudio went around. Claudio, do you want to come up? Because you can speak, because you did it. And we had a lot of happy principals in the room when they went on their auctioning tour.
Yes, we've been going through the district, and we've had conversation with the principals, the custodians, to recycle some of the components of the building, including furniture. But there will be quite a bit left over. We have a plan, we have 2 weeks from the last day of school until we have to officially turn the building over to the construction process for demolition and, well, abatement and demolition. So we'll have our staff in here taking out everything that we can salvage and reuse. Again, keep in mind, it's not the newest things in there. That's why we're building a new school. But there are some components, especially for ECS, that we can use in that building to have in case things break down. Everything from locks, closers, split systems, air conditioners, you name it. We're going to go through it with a fine-tooth comb and see whatever we can use. And some of the other schools have requested additional furniture, which we have there in place, rather than buying new furniture. As far as the remaining items, that's a conversation we've had because there is no clear definition. Somewhere it says that it goes to the town, and then the town does whatever they want with it.
I'm going to bring it all here. It's Tony's office.
And also, what comes into play is the timing. There's a very short window of time between us coming out of the building and then beginning their abatement and demolition in preparation to get that driveway cleared and open in time for the school year. There's quite a bit of work to do on sidewalks and driveways and pathways around that building. I can't say we have an answer what we're going to do it. As far as an auction, you're welcome to it. And just raise your hand who wants to take over, because we will gladly turn it over to you.
I don't talk very quickly, you know.
We have to look quick. We have to speak with Town Manager Salvatore and Sharon DeVoe, because I want to look at the charter again. Look at the charter, make sure we're doing everything correctly. There's a lot of junk in there that no one's going to want, but there's the good stuff, as you can imagine, my wonderful administrators already took.
And I really love to add that we've been in conversation with Cromwell Fire Department and Cromwell SWAT team. They want to use the building for some training. That weekend, last day of school is the 12th, and then that weekend is like 14 and 15. They want to go into the building without any staff and any students and practice breaching walls. If there's someone in the building during a normal school, how would they operate? So we're working with them to make the building available.
And then we should look to see if there's any other, but I'll have to speak with the town manager, like if there's any other departments in the town that want anything, that need anything. My understanding is pickings will be slim, but
there's still
one man's junk is another man's treasure, so.
Just think about like I went to Cromwell Middle School, and I remember when we had like maybe old timers will remember. There's a guy named Sergeant Slaughter, and he came to the school to promote reading and things like that. It's just wild, So you remember like the auditorium seats where you sat and all of the memories that was in that auditorium. Anyway.
You want?
Maybe,
Maybe we should
start my own home theater.
Find the one he sat in. You can, yeah.
That's a good. That's not. They're so old and gross.
It seems like one of the challenges that you face as a superintendent is retaining teachers, because other districts, their pay is higher, and so now they're trying to scoop your employees and staff. Is there any I mean, this isn't maybe something you have to answer now, but is there any kind of non-financial incentive? I mean, some of the more elite universities have what's called the golden handcuffs, where another school may be offering you more money to go there, but the perks of staying where you are worth more. So I don't know if there's something like that that maybe you could do in Cromwell to help retain teachers without just keep driving up the pay and, you know, I don't know, just a thought. And that's it for me. I'll pass it on to my man, Matt.
No, Michelle and I talked about this, and that's part of getting her some help, is that talent development. Like, what else can we do? There's some perks that we are already offering. We do okay with holding on, but at the end of the day, the financial piece, there's one district particular that they gave 2 of our finest their sick time, like a $20,000 increase stipend. We just couldn't even, and the teachers were crying. They did not want to leave. And there was nothing we can do. But there are we have talked about other things. Okay.
All right. One thing that's, I didn't see this year in the presentation or the materials, was, and I thought you guys had been doing it every year, just the historical, I think you had going back like 30 years.
it's
The
not even-
cost per pupil, the you know, the total cost, the increase. Yeah, I didn't see it in this year's package, so can that just be something that's sent in after the fact?
Okay.
You know,
Yeah.
just for information, we just send it around and include in the future. It's just good to
Yeah, it's like a one sheet.
keep us from having to keep these giant books in our,
Yeah,
know, personal
I know.
bookcases.
Trust me.
All right, so that was an easy one. Let's just go back to reimbursements, because I feel like I'm getting myself confused now. Like, even if we just look at the executive summary, right, that this 40,681,000 is the proposed ask. In my mind, this is all in Cromwell's town share, right? Like, this is net of everything we're gonna get from the state for whatever reason, all the things they're gonna give,
For
right?
good or bad,
Okay.
whether we get it or we don't, this is what we have as of today.
And I know you said slide 20 with the cost of education, June 2024. That's where you're able to say with definitivity, maybe because that fiscal year is completely ended, hey, this is what the town appropriated, here's what the education equalization grant was, here was the state and federal grants. Is there a reason why we can't have this show fiscal year 25 budgeted and fiscal year 26 proposed?
It doesn't exist. It is part of our audit, so we didn't do our audit until, was it?
We do it it starts in
January.
the fall.
Yeah,
It
it
starts
started
in
in
the
the
fall, the year after.
Did we even get our report?
Maybe.
our report? I don't
Maybe
even
I'm
think we've
not-
seen it yet.
When I say fiscal year 25 budgeted, that was, you had an idea of what the total costs are, you assumed certain reimbursements and expenses, therefore we set a budget for what the town share was. So we had a gross number, we had what our thing is, our town of Cromwell responsibility is. So implicitly, we had an assumption for what the total reimbursements would be, right? I know.
Yeah, we shared those with you. We just didn't put it in here because we don't know. We just had a couple-hour conversation about it could change, and we don't know.
I think we're not on the same page here, so let me see if we are. All of us. The 40,681, et cetera, that is in fact your gross anticipated budget, right? That is 100% of the dollars you intend to spend, correct? Notwithstanding,
Can we be careful about terminology? You're saying
100%.
what we intend to spend? No,
Yes.
that's what they need from the town.
No.
No.
That's what I'm saying.
Oh.
That is the number that you intend to spend. That
Okay,
does
then
not
I'm mistaken.
include
Okay.
something like
Oh, okay.
you get a grant from the state that suddenly pops down and says, hey, you want to do ESS, and it costs you 500,000, we're going to give you 500,000, go spend 500,000. There are things like that are outside of this number. Then, what we do is this is, other than that, this is 100% of what you're going to spend. when we get to our next week, we will have one number, we'll have a lot of numbers, but we'll have one number that is, for example, what is ECS gonna be?
CMS.
Yeah, not Edna Stevens, education cost sharing.
Oh, yeah.
Right, which is X, I don't even know what we get, but, so we'll count that as revenue.
Okay, thank you.
And we'll use that to hopefully reduce the mill rate,
Yes.
right? So this is not a net number in any sense. It is generally the gross number of what you're intending to spend.
Okay,
Those are great
Right.
explanations.
thank you.
Tape that for next year so we can remember.
Thank you.
Tape
Well,
yourself and
yeah.
send it to him.
6.1
That's a good,
6.1 million.
Oh, is ECS?
So in the town's budget on the revenue section.
Yeah, I was looking at that tab, yeah, okay.
I put the state, page in that I received this year.
Subject to changes.
Okay, so no, that's good, so we got the right. Okay. I see what you're saying then, Dr. Macri. I think your point is, hey, when we budgeted for fiscal year '25, we're putting in the gross costs. I'm still confused because education's cost sharing on the next slide, these are net costs. So, right, like this table is, these are net of expected reimbursements, so.
And if I can,
Yeah.
this is going back to the conversation I had, I don't know, an hour ago now, where it's like, no, it's not really a net cost. All we should care about, and they should care about many things, but all we should be caring about is, we appropriated, I'm gonna pick a round number, we appropriated $1 million for you to do task X.
Okay.
You spent 800,000 or you spent 1.2 million, which is to the good or to the bad. The fact that somebody else can be the town, among other places, but it certainly can be the federal government, the state government, charitable organizations, all sorts of things, may have given you more or less than you thought you were getting. But we should not be, in this setting, saying, oh, if you got 300,000 extra that you didn't expect, that's a $300 savings in that program. It's not. It's only a $300 savings in that program if you spent less than you were appropriated for.
Yeah.
So,
Now you're trying to delineate cost savings, gross cost savings versus surprises
we
on the.
got lucky.
On the,
Yeah, right, exactly.
Okay,
I think.
okay. If I may, I still say then, at least for the sake of slide 22, for some reason, it seems like these things are maybe more knowable for the special education. It still can be that informative to see what that gross cost is. Because I think, Dan, that's what you were asking before, right? Because if these are net costs, net of the, and at least we can have certainty of what was really done in real life, and then we do have a plug within these budget books for what we expect for reimbursements, right? We went through those pages.
But again, to go back to our
and it
previous
depends on the
discussion,
kid and the
They
threshold.
were budgeted last
Oh,
year,
yeah, no.
3965130.
Yep.
They were in January, and maybe still today, expecting to spend 3759048.
Yeah.
Completely irrelevant how much they got from the state. That's 206,000 to the good. Without any question as to where did it come from, who paid for it, how did you get it? It's just, your budget was this, your actual was this, that's the difference.
But there's two components moving into actual, right? Actual of this 3.7 is a reflection of what, hold on, wait, I just want to make sure. Isn't it a reflection of what you actually spent and a reflection of what you actually received in reimbursements? Or expect to receive for the rest of the year? Yeah.
Yes, if we
Yeah,
knew.
so there's two
The
pieces.
child that we received reimbursement on specifically, yes, it is included. Correct? Because there's no, right, there's no, you have to meet like I explained, the certain threshold, so you're not getting reimbursed on every single solitary kid. But yes, the reimbursements are in here.
Yes.
Yes.
So that's, I'm just trying to disentangle, if the reimbursements are in there, why isn't there value in seeing the total spend
I hate to-
and the reimbursements?
I hate to do this, and I'm sorry, Doc. I don't think that is, I don't think you explained it correctly. I really do not. I believe, because I've gotten different answers from you guys, and I think I know what I'm looking at. Maybe I'm wrong.
Okay, explain it.
Isn't 3759046 your collective expectation of your gross spending on this set of categories in this year? Unrelated to the question of how much you get back from the state, the federal government, or anyone else in the world.
Siri, in this number right here, and Chris, this number, oh my God, it's calling you. When we figured out this actual, did we take into account reimbursement?
Chris, do you remember, we had an aha moment?
Oh my God, that's when we had
We
that
did this
3-hour
on,
conversation. I can't believe I forgot
yes,
about it.
we wrote it out on a whiteboard, and we had to include the reimbursements to get this number. And it took many hours, but we had an aha moment. So yes, it includes reimbursements. We always include reimbursements when figuring out our
Well,
numbers.
Then I'm going to say the following. If that is true, this page makes absolutely no sense in the world, because it doesn't tell us anything. What is the budgeted number on that page mean?
It means what we budgeted, but with reimbursements, because when we create our budget, we create it with our reimbursements, just how our budget pages are outlined.
How can you possibly do that?
Because what we've heard, right, is you guys were not sure what the reimbursements.
No, we
No, I
estimated.
understand.
Yeah.
We are
But how can you
estimating.
not separate those two? That makes literally no sense.
We take our best estimated guess with special education, because that's,
Yeah.
we can't even possibly have you guys understand. We're in it every day, and it's so complicated, because the formula is the formula, but then we get an email that says it's changing tomorrow, and you better basically, this is what you're getting. Like,
No,
we
but-
literally,
Stop.
there's nothing
Stop.
that
No,
we can
stop,
do.
Stop.
Please be respectful. I'm
No, but
respectful
I
of you,
I
Mr.
understand,
Malley.
but we're going over the same things over and over again.
Exactly. It's kind of frustrating for us, too.
Yeah. Here's what I'm trying to get at. The amount of money that you need to spend on this program, I believe, is unrelated to the question of how much money you're going to get back from the state of Connecticut, correct?
No.
No. You mean if you think you need to give services to a child and you don't think you're gonna get the money back from the state, you're not gonna do it?
Of course not. We have to.
Well, that's what I assumed when I asked that question, but I just got a no. So what are
We don't
you-
create our budget that way, though. We will give it, we don't know, so we have to provide the services even if we didn't
Let me,
budget for it.
okay, let me do this. I've been working on budgets my entire adult life. Government budgets my entire life. Over here, we have something called expenditures. That's what you're going to spend. Over here, we have something called revenue. That's what you're going to get in. Sometimes the revenue is related to the expenditures, and sometimes it's not. You know, if you're getting a reimbursement from the state, that's great. But if you're wondering how much we're gonna get from property taxes this year, that's unrelated to how much we're gonna give you, or it's not 100% unrelated, but it's none of your individual concern. We have to make that decision. So how, I can't even begin to understand if we are budgeting somewhere in our state grant number an amount of income that is coming from the state for reimbursements for this object, why would you put a net number down here instead of a gross number?
Because this is the chart we discussed about creating to try to give you guys a picture of what's happening.
But
Yeah.
that's not a good picture of what's happening, because, for example, let's say, and it's always difficult to do this with special education because it's something we're all in favor of and it's something we all want you to spend money on. But let's pick a random, how many, how many tennis rackets are we gonna buy this year? Well, if I think that you ought to buy 10 and you think you ought to buy 20, if I think they're each $50 a piece, but you're telling me they're only $20 a piece, but what I'm missing is that, you're getting $30 from somewhere else, then I don't have enough information to decide how much we ought to be spending on tennis rackets. I'm floored, I really am. I can't believe that this is how we've been doing it all these years, because this is absolute, and it's not the answer I got an hour ago, again.
But, could I just butt in for 1 second?
Sure.
This is just a one-page snapshot. We are doing it accurately with our reimbursements on the budget sheets that we were reviewing prior, so we're not leaving anything out for you. It's all transparent.
Yep.
And as I said, these things are being presented to us in two different ways, in two different places in the book, and I get that. So where?
We were asked to create this
I'm
sheet,
not-
but maybe
again,
we didn't
Once again, I'm not.
understand the assignment.
Not criticism, but what I'm
What I'm
saying
saying.
is, it's difficult for us to follow, so it's tuition, transportation, and pupil services, but not 100% of any of those lines, right? Or is it?
Sarah's saying yes, so what do you think? It's 100% with the reimbursements in there. Well, we did it on that wall, we did it with the reimbursement. I mean,
May I? Okay.
Yeah, sure.
I think we're fine. The information's not wrong, it just needs to be understood what it is conveying, and then that's why I said if this is a net number, it'd be great to see what the gross number is, what the expected reimbursement is for budgets and what actually happened is, and then see the net. That's why I go back to the beginning, I said, I think it would be helpful information to see the total, the reimbursements, and the net. That's all, so I think that was all my request to them was, for, going forward.
So, what are those gross numbers?
Well, it would be for the ESS cost sharing, sorry, I'm jumping in,
Yeah.
you seem to know the answers better than we do of your own questions, so feel free.
because it was, Dan was asking about like how much are the
Because I'm
reimbursements
confused now
for.
as to even what you wanted us to do
Yeah.
when I was asked to create this page.
The summary's good, I just
So I'm
seeing the
confused
pieces that go in
myself.
there.
I was just back in the pupil services.
Yep,
area
in pupil
and
services
asking-
only for now.
Right, asking that the services only reimbursements be broken out separately, because now we're breaking those things
Right.
out and we've reestablished where that geography is, that we could look at that separately
Yes.
than what we had on the following pages, which then gave us kind of the overall.
Yeah.
It just gives when I was having issues, is I went back into your supplemental pages, I was seeing estimated reimbursements going down from 2.91 to 1.2. I couldn't understand that, how would that be happening? And then you've got tuition service
But
versus
that-
tuition, and then you go to pages before, and then you find, I wasn't putting it together, the 802 belong back here as well. And I'm just saying, these are supplemental pages. You don't have to worry about like how they line up necessarily directly to your budgeted pages. You can make your supplemental pages and just footnote the fact that you've now broken both the prior year as well as the current year out to align better. That's all I was trying to say, because it gets confusing, and the supplemental pages are extremely helpful because you get into the depth of the conversation there.
Yeah. But we're just saying then, just summarize that so we can see 2 million as the expected reimbursements, 2 million as expected reimbursements for fiscal year
page,
26,
somebody else, right.
which means this net cost of, we were saying 4.6
So
million.
can you tell us what you, because we really have no idea.
Yeah,
We did
yeah.
what you asked, or was brought to us, and now we actually don't know what you're asking us to do.
I'm not sure what
And
the-
this takes a lot of time to do, so I wanna make sure
Yep.
I get it correctly for next year.
I don't know what if the ask for here was to see just like the special education costs shown and it's the net. Let's just look at the fiscal year 25 estimated. Budgeted 3.965, right? That's what you're showing, 3.965 budgeted. We good on that? So that's a net of, I would say, 2 million reimbursement. That 2 million reimbursement is object 560, tuition, 25 adopted, 2.091 million estimated reimbursement. Is that fair? So what would be?
I'm sorry.
The breakout, the 560, the 560 item. I don't know if you
I'm
show
sorry.
ahead.
Where are you?
Maybe you look over
Do you know
Dan's
what
shoulder there.
it is?
Yeah. Student services, sorry, yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry, I thought you were system-wide, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Yep.
So, to me, unless I flipped too quickly, the only page in here in all these breakouts of student services, the only one that has a reimbursement called out is this line as of fiscal year 25 for 2 million. So if 2 million was netted to create this 3.965, then the answer is the gross cost is 5.9 million. Expected reimbursements is 2, to arrive at a net cost to Cromwell of 3.9.
I understand what you just said, but it creates a larger question for me, which is, okay, so the amount of money you would be spending just with this line item,
Or this basket, yeah, this basket of,
this group,
yeah.
would be 42,681,000 or something like that, right?
Yeah.
But you're counting net of the state revenue, so the number looks smaller, right?
In this chart as it's laid out.
Just in the chart.
Yes,
Yeah, but
this
I'm
table's
proud of
numbers don't line up to the $42 million total gross cost.
Well,
May I?
that's what I'm trying
I'm
to
on.
figure out.
May I?
Yeah.
I just did some quick math, and I am not a math person, so I'm pretty proud of myself. But if I looked at last year's 224-25 proposed budget,
Yeah.
and I added up pupil services, tuition, and transportation, it brings me to this number. This is how Mr. Butwell got this, 3965. So it's the actual from the budget with the reimbursements. So if that makes sense. Okay. That's how we got that
It
number.
absolutely makes sense. It's just then to do the same aggregation for the reimbursement line and do the same aggregation for the total cost line above it.
Well, and it raises a question which I hadn't thought we needed to ask, which is, how many other things like that are there in this budget? So what's your real budget for the year?
I don't, what I'm bringing.
Well, what I'm, no, what I'm, no, what we,
This
what
is
we
the
just
only
said
area that
is,
is reimbursement.
you actually
We don't
intend
get
to spend.
reimbursement in anything else but
It's only
special education.
Well, aren't you, didn't we just say, maybe I'm wrong, that you're going to actually spend more in the neighborhood of just under 6 million instead of just under 4 million gross on this item? Right?
Without the reimbursements, yes, but we've calculated in the reimbursements.
But once again, I'm not asking who you got paid back by, I'm asking how much you spent,
We've always-
regardless of source.
We've always done it this way. Thank you for
Right?
the feedback. We'll
Is that
take it into
correct?
consideration and work with our Board of Education as to how we should move forward in the future.
Well, what I'm trying to find out is if that's accurate here, and if there are any other groupings, line items, reimbursements, where that also happens. Are there any other things where you present a net number?
Right now, I'm not gonna answer any of these questions because I don't even know if we know what the question is, so I'd like to actually talk about it, because right now we're all, I feel like, there's a lot of confusion, and there's some accusations, and I don't like that, because we couldn't be more transparent than we are, so I don't think I understand what's being asked, and I would like for it to be given to me in writing, and then we'd be more than happy to then answer it.
Let me apologize if you think the accusations are coming from me. I'm not suggesting that anyone did anything intentionally amiss in any way, shape, or form. It does occur to me that maybe we have not understand how you guys were doing your budget for ever, maybe, you know. But, you know, when I asked questions earlier as to whether, you know, various questions were gross numbers, you know, I heard yes, and then now I'm hearing, no, they're net numbers. I understand there may be some confusion. I am absolutely not suggesting that anyone has ill intent in any way, shape, or form. But what I am trying to get a sense of is, okay, I don't want to speak for anybody else. I was under the impression that the gross budget for the schools this year being requested was $40,681,494. What I'm hearing now is, well, no, in some line items, one at least, maybe more, maybe not, we actually present you with a net number where we anticipate in here somewhere a reimbursement of a certain percentage from the state. And we actually spend a larger number, but we only need a certain amount from you. Now, for example, as we just pointed out, the ECS grant is not a grant to the school. The ECS grant is a grant to the town, which, for a variety of reasons, we're required to use on education. There are many other grants, some of which do come directly to the school, and some of which come through the town, some of them, there's all different ways.
So it's paid, so I believe slide 20 is that slide, we just don't have it yet for 2025. That would tell you what the town appropriation is, what we get for reimbursement from this.
Right.
You know, and that, so to me, this is, I believe exactly what you're saying, but I'm not sure.
It is, but my question becomes, okay, we have ECS, we know what that is. Then there's this line item, this is state and federal grants. I'm sure that's 20, 50, 100 different things.
Title grants.
So my question is the number that gets you from a gross number to a net number on this line item part of that 4 million, or is that accounted for elsewhere?
It's part of the 4 million.
It is.
That's how we've always done it. I think
Okay.
the grants page might be helpful in the back of the binder too.
And do we or do we not account for that?
I just asked John, it's not in the mill rate.
It's not in the mill rate.
It's not, it's considered revenue, can you clarify?
Hold on. Okay. The line on there that talks about the two lines of the grants, I'm trying to find, what page is that on again?
20.
20 of the presentation? Oh, did I pull it out? No. 20. Okay. Okay. The town appropriation, is that me? No. The town appropriation is 30.7, right? And the ECS grant of 5.4, okay? Those two, and then you got state and federal grants of 4 million, right? The state and the federal grants, those may encompass expenses and items outside of this budget. Is that appropriate? As an example, you mentioned last year's middle school ESS program.
That's the
right?
only one that we gotten, that was the only grant that we ever have gotten, that we didn't know about. If you look at the last page,
Yep.
Right.
Yep.
this is spot on.
Right.
that grant was, like I explained to you.
Yeah,
I could turn them down
I
from
get it.
now on if it's gonna cost us many
Okay,
problems.
we're just trying to get from A to B, okay? So let's,
So the last page is
Everyone put down their swords.
all the grants,
okay?
right? This, we were asked to provide this total cost of education year ending, and that's how it was broken down. This is what the town pays, this is what the equalization grant provided us, and then we have state and federal grants, which are all in the back of the book. So I would say that that's a fair response. And
So
I'm
if I
just-
go back and look at this, so that was for 23-24, right? Right, this slide, because it says total cost of education year ended June 24, right? So if I go back and take a look at the spreadsheet here that I've got, right? We've got a Board of Education budget request in the run here, 36,163,384. That was what went into our math last year, right? That was the expenditure for Board of Ed that we had. So if I look at the top two lines on here, right? Let me just do this real quick. So I go 30,713, 768, and I add in the 5,449. 36,163, 384, right? So the state and the federal grants in there, that's gonna take care of certain teacher positions, certain items in here that are in the deck. Just those numbers don't total and calculate within here because they're being offset by those particular grants. So those are in theory, I don't wanna say outside, but those are being taken care of and gathered to be paid for elsewhere. Is that appropriate?
Yeah, we use that.
Okay. Does that help?
And actually, the 100
Let me just say
is
it a
in
little
here.
differently, John, make sure I got this right. Those are actually embedded in the budget.
Yes,
The $4 million
everything.
is actually embedded in the budget because you recognize the fact that some teachers are being paid by a state or federal grant because some programs are being paid by a state or federal grant. The $5.4 million is not embedded in the budget. That comes in on top. There's $36 million. That comes off, town takes that. We take credit for that. And then that's what goes into the mill.
Right, we don't see that.
You don't recognize anywhere in the budget. I guess my question would be, the equalization grant, that's not the same as the special ed. Those are actually embedded
There's so many different
in
ones.
the budget number as well. All the special ed grants, which are not part of these state and federal grants here, that's like separate. So in other words, I see $9.5 million worth of grants between the education equalization grant and the state and federal grants. On top of that are the special ed monies that we get.
I think the reimbursement is within the grant, within the state and federal grant.
So the reimbursement, so the $2 million is actually part of this $4 million.
believe so,
Okay, so
yes.
it's $2 million, that's my question, okay. Part of that $4 million is the $2 million or whatever it was that year in special ed, and then you have other programs.
Title programs, title grants, yes.
Gotcha, thank you.
And
So
if you went into the salary assignment schedule,
Yep.
you could actually see what money we use to pay.
That's right, and that's where
Yeah.
that carves back.
Yeah.
So based on this slide, right, it actually, and maybe I'm not jumping the gun here, for year-end 2024, it actually cost $40.1 million to run the school system, but $9.5 million of it was paid for via grant. One that comes to us through the town, and the rest that comes from state and federal grants that is outside of that revenue source.
This is the challenge we ran into this with some of the monies we got from the COVID funds. We fund teachers with grants that are not guaranteed to show up every year. So when they have 5 teachers in the budget, they're being paid outside money that it didn't net, right? And we approved all that, and then next year, we don't get that money, and all of a sudden our budget jumps up by 5 positions that we have currently sitting in our budget.
Yep, we didn't have that, we had that issue 3 years ago when we came to, don't have that issue anymore. Because, I'm mandated to fund using Title I grant, for example, so Title I, Title II, I am actually mandated to use that money in a certain way. And it's positions to service students that are low income.
Hold on, let me,
I'm just saying, there could be a choice.
If that twist came about, yeah, we would have an issue.
Yeah.
A choice at a different level that says, oh, well, guess
Absolutely.
what, now we're not gonna give you that money anymore.
Yeah.
Right, that would be an
And now you
issue.
have-
That would be a huge issue.
and that's where I was going, is, that's another variable.
That's
And-
unfunded,
and that is-
not funded by the town.
That is a variable that has never been so real than it is right now. Yeah.
What's going down south of
Yes,
us
exactly.
might happen.
Which might happen, exactly. So we may then have to determine where and how we spend our money by prioritizing what we believe our needs are, and equity and education will always be, I mean, we have to follow the law, and then we have to figure out how to service all kids, and we're gonna have to make some really hard decisions if we were to lose those federal grants.
But we have a portion of our budget that we currently
Oh,
put up
yes,
to be funded by other sources, right?
yep, absolutely. And it's all, every single, and we do have the 150,000 for ESS in here too. So every single penny that comes, and we actually even tell you if it's federal or state or whatever it is, on that last page. Yeah.
I'm not suggesting anyone's ill intent here, but just from our view. And again, let's go back to 24. So in 2024, we appropriated 36 blah, blah, blah million. And what we did is we said, okay, we're gonna take a little less than 31 million from direct Cromwell taxpayer payments, and 5.5 million we're expecting from, and I imagine got from, the state of Connecticut for the ECS grant, which comes to the state and we turn around and give to you. What I'm trying to get at is, in that year, there was a number, which was $4 million and change. And that amount did not show up in the budget book. The reason it didn't show up, and I'm not saying this was a bad choice, but the choice is, okay, if we're planning on spending something that we are reasonably certain we are going to get reimbursed for directly to the Board of Ed from the state of Connecticut, we're simply going to net out the number in here to tell the town, well, yes, we're going to spend this, we're not telling the town. We're saying we are gonna spend this amount of money, this additional $4 million, but you don't have to care because you're not gonna pay for it. It's going to be paid directly back from the state. The issue with that is that I have always had the impression, and maybe I've been wrong for a long time, I guess, that we were telling you this is the gross amount you have to run the school. And in fact, you had 10% more than that. I don't know what that is, but you had 10% more than that or so, which, you know, you knew what you were gonna use it for, but we had no idea what you were gonna use it for. I think. Am I wrong?
It's
Well-
right in those, most of it is
So,
salaries. and
yeah, I was gonna
it's
say,
right
so those grants are accounted for within the detail. They're labeled as different salary positions and what
Right.
grant it goes towards. Those figures are in that federal and state grant line, right? So we see it, it may be half or maybe whatever, but it's included within there, and then the grant position that's on there is meant to encompass those funds. So we get it and see that it's grant funded, we may just not have the true number, or it's half, or it's whatever the case is.
Or what we may be, I may last minute get 10 kids who come in who are ELL learners,
Yeah.
and I may have to shift the way we use that money because of the needs of the students, and I'm fully allowed to do that.
Sure.
To meet the needs of, you know.
Yeah, no, I don't think anyone's,
No one's
I
questioning
think we're just trying to put the puzzle pieces together. Okay. Mr. Mayor, I'm gonna,
Yeah, go ahead.
okay. Mr. Blanchett, you good? Okay. Try to make these quick. Just real quick, on Object 322, we've got some new expenditures for leadership coaching and for some ACES district PD. Just real quick, is that just some new training that's necessary and needed, or what's going on?
The short answer is yes. We have, there's some things that we are mandated to train our admins and our staff in, and particularly around restorative practices and our reading program, and so we are required to train them, and so that's what the cost is.
And then for CHS, it's other professional technical services. There's a co-curricular that's up from about $140 to $160. Is that something? Looks like oh, that's the athletic trainer fees. My bad. That was already addressed. Okay. All right, we'll continue around. Steve.
Sure. All right, hopefully a simple question. Just many notes I have, a few questions. The property insurance and the liability for the schools, is that covered under the town's policy, or does the school have to have its own policy? Same policy, great.
You guys are killing me. You wanted it. I'm taking it out next year. You're not even gonna see it.
Simple. Sorry, the state and federal grants are about $4 million. And way back in the last page of the book, way back, the grants there, I think that totals up to about 2.8 million. So is there 1.2 million of like other
This is,
state and federal grants that aren't
this is
on
June
this page?
2024. This is what we're anticipating,
Ah,
so it's different years.
okay, so different, oh, so actually, so maybe get another 1.2 million in grants? Is that kind of the thinking then, or?
It's related, oh, it's missing, it's not in there. No, you're right, I'm sorry. Excess cost is not in the back page. I forgot about that, yeah.
And I know it's a hard question to answer, but as you look at those grants that are on that last page, like, are there some that like, really feel uncomfortable about, like high risk, or it's just so many unknowns, hard to say, like, there isn't like one or two like you ever high on, like, really concerned about it, or they're all in the same pool because we just don't know?
We have one that we're extremely, it's pretty much gone, I believe,
Well,
and
so this grant that is the most vulnerable is not necessarily for positions, it's for professional development. So that pot of money would go towards teacher training.
diversity,
That one,
equity,
it's
inclusion.
called Title II. It's called Title II, so that one is the most vulnerable right now. And we're not sure about Title I, but I've heard that the governor is gonna bend over backwards to maintain Title I funding one way or another, but the Title II funding is pretty vulnerable.
Steve, did you say you just did the rough math on, what was the total on this?
it was like 2.8 million.
2.8, give or take, okay. So then, again, and then you would add to this the special education reimbursements of 2 million.
So, going to current year, so in looking at where we stood from projections for the full year, it looked like we were $1 million favorable projected for the year. And I know Dr. Macri, you mentioned it was 355K negative kind of came up or something like that and all. And I understand, things come up, right? Just trying to understand what you guys are thinking, like in terms of this. And I'm asking, you know, this is a big budget. We have a lot of new CNR requests and things like that. You know, is there some opportunity either to be spending money this year that would lower the demand or cost for this budget? Or do we think we're gonna end up with a surplus, quite frankly, and that's up for, you know, discussion. You know, what else could we do with that money, potentially? So I just want to understand kind of how you guys are feeling about, you know, the year.
Well, it's April 3rd, and yesterday, we just came up with $355,000 of a difference because that's how volatile the budget is. We have federal grants that are on the line, as we just discussed. We will, whatever we end up with, I mean, we're as transparent as can be. We didn't run and spend $1 million. We could have, we didn't. We understand that we can put 2% into our account, and we are very open to, if that number remains that large, to having a discussion about some of the things that we talked about. So for example, the track is one of the discussions. That's about a it's probably gonna go up to a $500,000 expense. Now, if we end up with $1 million, which I can't even have, I'd have to give it back. We can only have about 800,000, which we're most likely not going to have. But let's say we did. Then I would go back to the Board of Education and have a discussion with them, and we would discuss, well, we have this money, we should have perhaps have a conversation with the Board of Finance about using some of it to pay for the track. Or I could go back to the Board of Education, since they're my boss, and I could say, we have furniture and teachers are sitting in ripped chairs that are 35 years old that we've never been able to purchase. There are certain things that we have not been able to do over the years. Is this the time to do it? A lot, including security, blinds, incredibly expensive. Would we want to take care of some of our security situations that are very important, but we have to always balance between being a school and a prison, right? So where is that? And it's very expensive to do that. Or do we? One example is, should we tint the windows in the cafeteria where the students are sitting? That's very costly, but there's a lot of students sitting in the cafeteria at one point. Should we do that? There's a lot of things that we can have those conversations with. I would have those conversations with the board, because at that point, it really isn't up to me where the Board of Education would like to see us spend those monies. I would advise them. I would tell them what I think we should do and how we should spend the money. But it is not out of the question that if we end up with a surplus of if nothing was to change today, I think we should come back and have a discussion about paying for the track. Why wouldn't we? It's all the same money. Yeah. So I feel very confident that my board is extremely reasonable, and I feel that I'm pretty reasonable too in having that discussion. But it is just way too soon to make any kind of to make any inquiry and say, or make any promise. I would just not be able, in good faith, do that. But of course, we would have a conversation.
Thank you.
So Dr. Marguerite, just on that conversation, is the track, I haven't gone back and studied the CNR at this point, but is the track one of the #1 priority items in the?
It's actually, I think we're trying to get a grant for it. Is that correct?
I put in for a grant with Senator.
Right, I remember that conversation. Okay, yeah, I remember you saying that. So why wouldn't we put it again? I mean, we have a huge CNR budget out there. I mean, we're talking about a tax increase. If we were to do everything that's in this current budget that we're looking at with the town, CNR, and yourself, we're talking about a fairly large tax increase for the townspeople. And so why would we, if we were savings this year, why wouldn't we put that against your #1 priorities that is in that CNR budget for next year?
Because
Why don't we just start with the top priority and work your way down?
My responsibility as your superintendent of schools is to tell you what we need to run the school system.
But haven't you done that through the CNR
And
process?
Yes, and I still believe that CNR, and I will always believe that CNR should be part of the town's budget, because the schools belong to the town, which is why we went to this whole process of this whole CNR.
Okay.
And I feel strongly about that. I feel that if there are monies left over and we have a discussion about the track, let's have a discussion about the track. If there is not that much money left over and I need to figure out how I'm going to service my students because I lost all of that federal funding, then we need to have that conversation too.
But I'm assuming the items that are for the Board of Ed, even though they're quote-unquote owned by the town, the CNR budget is owned by are the top priorities of the Board of Ed for your facilities.
We made that decision together with a committee.
Right.
Everyone was there, yes.
Okay.
They are, And anything that's above $12,000, we said that was going to become part of CNR town. That is, I don't, we may
Okay.
have a different philosophy, that's my philosophy.
I'm just trying to be realistic here, okay? I, apologize, but I'm
yeah.
just trying to be realistic.
That's up to you and the
All
discussion
these
with all of
dollars
you.
is a very big increase that we're looking at, right? And to say that we're gonna start looking at other items way further down the list at this point, when we have money that we can spend against next year, to me seems unrealistic, that's all. That's all I'm saying,
Okay.
to come back with. Just another question on the DERG information, and, looking at where we stand relative. I think last year you provided, like, what you're seeing from other towns and where their budget increases are going. Do you have that information?
We do, actually, we're pretty low. There's some districts that went in with
Is that,
10 to 12% increases. We're,
yeah,
um,
I think that'd be helpful
doing
to
pretty- we have the.
support as well.
I know this is a long shot, but do we know if those towns are on the same philosophy that their CNR projects are outside their budget? Or are
What
those
they're-
numbers including their,
Most towns are on that
Yeah.
mentality, because there's no way we can, one project, the track, $400,000, you guys could do the math probably better than I can. If you take away $400,000 because you want me to prioritize the track, if I had no money left over, then I can't educate kids. So that's
Don't-
only if that, that situation was to happen. So yes, CNR usually falls in the town's appropriation, and it's been 30 years, so that's why we have so much, and we don't have to repeat that discussion because we've had it till the cows come home. But as far as our DERG,
If you don't mind if I interrupt you, Dr. Macri.
Yeah.
I don't think I have the sheet with me, but I did run this report, because there is information based on how towns are doing. And of the, about 24, 25 towns in DERG D that had reported out their Board of Ed budgets, at 6.25, we were just about right in the middle. The highest being 8 point something, the
10.65.
lowest being
the highest
10.6.
10.65.
That might have been after the second round went down to 8, and the lowest being down to 2 to 3%, but many of them in the 5-6% range.
Okay. Is that something you just provide us back through John? You just provide the
Absolutely.
report? Okay.
Yeah, absolutely. I had it with me. I may have left it.
All right,
behind,
no,
but-
that's fair. Appreciate that. I did have one kind of small question. I was just looking at the benefits schedule, and we talked about things that were going up, but Medicare, as a percentage, is going up like 9.22%, which is not consistent with other things that are going up. I just didn't understand why. Is there something going on with Medicare that would cause that to go differently than what our salary increases
Did you get that?
would be? It doesn't have a page number, it's in, yeah, it's object, I'm sorry, 5,200? It's benefits. So it's under the salary, staffing and benefits page, it's like the last page, yeah, last page in the staffing and benefits page, thanks.
So we'd have to ask Lori as to how she came up with that number.
Just seemed,
We'd have to ask we get that number from our payroll supervisor, so we'd have to ask her.
okay.
Dan, you good?
I'm good, yep, thanks.
So one question, of course, we talked about over the years is the population of special ed students. Obviously, there's a wide variety, as we said, 60 to 260, God knows what they're gonna be. Do we have any sense of whether that population has generally been getting larger year by year, or?
Yeah, we're up to 18, the state of Connecticut is, I believe we're saying 18%. It's increased
It is
substantially.
increased by 18% or to 18%?
No, to 18%. We're saying one out of every, 5 kids has special needs. And we had a big conversation, and I actually offered to be on that committee if there ever is one. do we need to redefine what special education is? Do we need to, what does it look like? What does it mean? What are the services? We want to make sure our students are getting the services, but I think we've lost sight a little bit of what that looks like and who is getting what as a country, not just as a state, because this is a national issue. But at the end of the day, we will always provide, our students with the services that they need, whether through regular ed, special ed, and maybe there's something in between. We have 504 students that, maybe there's something else. I hate to say 504 students that receive 504 services. Yeah, this conversation is not just us, it's everyone, and it's a hard conversation.
I'll just add one quick, I got off the phone today with our pre-K coordinator, and she's saying that the referrals coming up from birth to 3 into pre-K are astronomical, higher than she's ever seen before, and that's where it starts. So they're definitely increased. I don't have the exact numbers, but it's definitely increasing, and we have kids with needs that we have to service, so.
So there, just to follow it up, so essentially there's two factors that are increasing that number. Both, one is the increased cost, but also the percentage of the population that is eligible for those programs which have the additional cost is increasing as well. Okay.
Agreed.
Thank you.
No questions.
We're gonna take a 10-minute break. It's just brought to my attention real quick, the feedback we're getting, if you're not speaking, just try to turn off your mic. I guess it's the feedback that we're getting here. Okay. I think, is it safe to say that at least for the most part Q&A is over? We can kind of start kicking this thing around. So we have a motion on the floor for the full amount. Discussion. Well, that'd be kind of ironic. We're all square? Everyone's good?
No.
No, oh, okay.
The
I
motion
tried.
being,
Yeah, some discussion.
the motion on the floor to
Motion is
take
to fund
the,
the
yeah,
whole-
to fund the thing, yeah.
Whole bit, so.
Let
All right,
Steve go
Steve.
first.
I take off the request for the porta potty. Start easy.
No, I think I'd just kick it off. I know we had some discussion on the electricity amount, as one item, there, and, my preference would, probably be to, think about I don't know what the lower, no, we didn't really hear what the alternative number was. We kind of just heard what the new number was that was provided by the HVAC folks. So I don't know how we come up with a number unless our building committee person has a number to offer to us. But the thinking there being, I'd rather kind of go in and be a little conservative in terms of lowering the number, and then let the solar panel process flow through, and then kind of let's see how that plays out, at least in my thinking.
Yeah, my only thought going back was that besides it to West, if the size of the footprint is the same, the building is the same as West, it's 20 years newer than West, it's gonna have the energy efficient windows, it's gonna actually have some of the, like a light angled awnings over the windows, so yeah, it is gonna be in a more electrified school than the current CMS, and possibly more electrified than West in terms of the smart screens, but I think WIS is the WIS budgeted number is a better, probably a good thumb in the wind, not even accounting for solar. So we can say, oh, well, if we think solar is going to be there for 9 of the 12 months or 6 of the 12 months even, you can maybe take that down even more. But I think a prudent step would at least be to meet it at the WIS budget.
And not to put you on the spot, Matt,
Yeah,
but I am going to, let's figure the solar does go through. I
Yeah.
guess, is there an opinion sort of out there somewhere? I mean,
Yeah, the solar is expected to be $80,000 a year in
So it'd be ongoing 80,000 a year in costs. Is that what you're saying?
in savings, yeah, in savings. Yeah. I thought that was gonna be
Yeah,
your question. To
so-
the extent
so is it-
solar is in play, what's the?
So is it a matter that it's sort of, and we're just talking, we're trying to figure
Yeah.
this out, right? You know, we're not like landing on the number, any number, right? But,
Yeah.
so you sort of match it to WIS, and then you say 80,000 savings off of that. Is that like one way to look at it?
Yeah, I would say that would be the most aggressive bookend you could have. Everything goes right, and that assumes the panels are on July 1, which they're most certainly not gonna be.
I don't want to be like crawling into the weeds
They
at
better
all,
be,
but,
they
you know,
they
maybe.
better be on in the fall. But- Go ahead, yeah.
At all this year. He said, pretend you're not even gonna get any savings from it, because by the time it's up and running and everything is done, you're lucky if it's springtime.
Okay.
That's why I was nervous, but
Yeah.
but again, the number came from, you know more than I do, like I got.
No, I think the view on how much to assume for the solar panels is somewhat judgment-based. I think that Jack's a good barometer for that. You know,
I
just thinking
called-
where we are we haven't even had the interconnection application submitted, but I was still hopeful the fall, loosely speaking, what fall means, but, yeah, that's why I think, especially because we don't know what could possibly happen in the realm of possibilities at the referendum. Also, looking at the cost-benefit analysis seems to be compelling. However, we do have to find out if there's extra costs involved with upgrading the services from Eversource to receive a much larger volume of solar array production. So if that comes in at some wild number, then that could also derail the cost-benefit analysis to move forward. So that's why I'm hesitant to maybe take in much on the solar front. Maybe just from a conservative point of view. But I think that's why I'm more comfortable saying just pin it down, maybe 80,000, and that puts the electricity budget in line with the with WIS. I think that's a relative play.
All right, real quick. We didn't really talk about this, but the new request for the cooperative work education. Is there any chance that is something where you guys are utilizing a bunch of resources and this is kind of gonna help from a cost reduction standpoint as well? Or is this kind of a brand-new program, no real savings being pulled from anywhere else? This is something brand new that you guys are looking to do?
Yes, this is part of the vision of the Pathways program. No savings anticipated. Just really well-established young adults working instead of going home and playing on their phones.
Not necessarily trying to fight the concept, I'm just,
No savings.
okay, I'm trying to, look, I think one of the things that I guess frustrated me a little bit earlier is that, I think we've done a nice job, or you guys have done a nice job in trying to find ways to show an investment in order to get a savings, right? And so those are things that I want to make sure we're highlighting to the taxpayer, to our
Well, we
to our
could
town,
argue-
to, what's that?
We could actually argue that if our kids are more authentically engaged in the workforce, that perhaps some of our kids that are being outplaced won't be outplaced. I can't make that. But we could possibly, that would be awesome.
Again, but, so again, that's where, listen, as Mr. Kelly noted earlier, these are big numbers. And so I'm trying to wrap my brain around and trying to find a way to say, okay, we move forward with this, in the long run, we're gonna see X, Y, and Z because of it. So that's really the heart of my question, is if you guys are telling me that this program is being run by 6 different groups or departments and we're, kind of trying to finalize into one to save something, that was one thing, but I appreciate the answer. More discussion.
John, just a question on process here. So I'm just looking at these numbers. I'm just looking at the size of the CNR. Are we gonna settle on a budget, operating budget for Board of Education tonight? Or do we need to go through the process of looking at their CNR as well before we settle on the operating budgets?
We have a motion on the floor to consider their operating budget. I'm not here to dictate anything to you guys. I'm here just to steer the ship. So there's a motion on the floor for their operating budget.
So may I, I'm sorry, may I? Is it okay? We all took a big leap of faith and trust. And the conversation last year was the CNR what we spend in CNR is not, it's a completely different, piece, component it's running the schools, but this is the money I need to educate kids. That's the money we need to fix the mess that's going on with the buildings and everything else. So, with all due respect, I know that we agreed that whatever we spent with CNR was not, that was part of the trust factor that this number cannot be relative to that number. And I remember that very, very well. And so I would be disheartened to feel that I was misled.
I don't know if that was quite your motivation.
No, I'm just saying, if you do make a decision that, if you're taking into consideration what was approved for the CNR to decrease our operating budget, that was something that concerned me from the beginning in going to the way we were gonna have a CNR budget. You know what I mean, taking it out of our own,
Well,
which wasn't working anyway.
well, listen, I don't wanna put words in Mr. Kelly's mouth. I mean, do you, what's your
It's
motivation?
not my intent to decrease your operating budget based on CNR, but it is my intent to look at the totality of the town's spending in total. And right now, I'm looking at an 8.33 increase in total, you know, and we have to make a decision ultimately as a Board of Finance, is that something we can afford for this year's town?
And so may I,
So it's either a choice of we don't fund a lot of the CNR, and we stick with the operating budgets as they're stated, because both operating budgets are going up, and we just don't fund a lot of the CNR. I'm not putting words in everybody else's mouth around that, but I'm not sure we're gonna end up in an 8.33 increase at the end of the day.
Well, along those lines, like you said, you don't wanna put words in his mouth, that what I will just put out there is for the purpose of tonight and for Monday and looking more and more like next Thursday, you know, we wanna make sure we're evaluating the needs of the town, right? How the sausage gets made a month from now, that's our problem to deal with and go with, but we as a board, at least in my purview, and again, Dan, I don't wanna, speak for you, but I just wanna make sure that we keep in mind that tonight is about everything we've heard, everything we've read, everything put together. What does the town need to operate? And then we gotta deal with the consequences in a month. So, that's just me. So.
Could I add the same, maybe the same opinion? I almost think of it as, we have the Board of Ed operating budget to decide on. Subsequent to that, we'll then discuss the town budget, which is inclusive of CNR spends on facilities. But that's how I'm thinking about it. Maybe you're not fully there, Dan, but, cause that 8.3 number, to me, is like the prior mindset, I would say personally, but that's why I, when you said 8.3, I'm like, okay, you're looking at it.
In totality.
You're reassigning it. I get it. I get how the math is, but just not how I'm thinking about it. But-
Okay.
Trying to recall, we have, speaking of CNR universally, not just for the Board of Ed, we've done some weird things in the last couple of years, because, you know, we had ARPA money, which we used substantially for CNR. And first, I'm trying to recall, we did some CNR for the Board of Ed last year, correct?
Yeah, we did, was it 7 figures with?
Right.
Yeah.
But it was outside.
No, was it only two
No.
something?
240.
Yeah,
269,000 was approved by the town for CNR.
right.
113,000 have been.
Returned.
82,000 has already been returned, but another 30,000.
Huh. I don't know why I had a bigger,
Okay.
I just remember light bulbs being
So
like,
it's
But
like
it-
150,000 last year.
okay, thank you.
But it
What we
was-
spent in CNR.
It was in the CNR account, not in the, yes, right. So, and I just wasn't sure if we had started that last year, or if we had taken it out of, you know, surplus without putting it in CNR, you know, I just wasn't sure, because we did so many weird things. Okay. Okay, that's really what I wanted to know.
What else we got, guys?
I'll just add, and I do realize everyone's working hard to come up with the numbers and all, but some areas are estimates, to some degree going forward. And whether that plays in anyone's mind, it does in mine a little bit, I'm just trying to process it all. Some of those changes are like estimating $1 million to $1.4 million and things like that. And I don't know, they may be the perfect numbers, maybe they're short, I just don't know. But some of these things like salaries and the like, you kind of know what they are. You're sort of like, that's it, that's the playbook, you kind of know. Other things are just less so clear to me. And the numbers just is very big, just very big, it's just hard to sustain it. That's what I'm afraid of, for me. I know it's the whole total thing, Matt, to some degree, but it's very hard to imagine us being able to sustain this with other things that are going to be coming at us. Not trying to draw on the multi-years, but once you do this, then that's the base, and it just keeps going, from there. So we should at least all pause and think about that. Whether that changes how you think about it or not, I don't know, but it's on my mind.
Well, let me try to, I don't want to rehash it. Those unknown variables that we're trying to come up with, right? Is a lot of it based just upon current year, add on and go? Is there a lot of analysis as far as what the class makeup, school makeup is one year to the next? Like, because what I'm trying to wrap my head around, right, is obviously for a number of years, you guys are trying to just get to June 30, right? You guys are freezing budgets and getting there with it and everything else. This year's an exception, right?
A miracle.
And I'm not, listen, as I'll say to the council, that's a good problem to have, right?
Yeah,
I'd rather
I
have this
don't
one than the
feel
other
like
one,
it.
okay? It's that one versus the other one, okay? So when we're putting together the budget for the next fiscal year, is someone else's mic on, or is that just how it's gonna?
I think it just keeps doing that.
No? Okay, sorry. When looking at, okay, we're occurring in the middle of fiscal year 25, now we gotta look at 26 numbers. Like, obviously you guys are ahead. So when you're looking at the next fiscal year, is it just worst case scenario for the most part for each one? Is there analysis that goes into, like, the student body makeup that you're gonna have? Again, I'm referring back
We
obviously
look
to the,
at every single solitary student and their exact needs and the exact cost that we know to the penny
So-
of when we have.
so the current year and the fact that we're at where we're at in the current year, right, has no bearing really based upon what you're budgeting going forward. This year, you're just,
We got lucky.
We got lucky. It was a miracle.
okay, thank you. Further discussion? You don't want to amend it by $1,500?
So I know we had the discussion on electricity.
Yeah.
So how do we do, just remind me how we
You
do
can, you
this.
make an amendment to the motion.
Make an amendment to the motion.
So, we're at 40,681,494. Do I have that right?
Yeah.
So if you want to amend the motion, and you need to do some math, I can break out a calculator, but,
I'll amend it.
And then plus the other thing?
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
Sorry, just,
Well,
Yeah?
I mean, just to bring up the general point, it doesn't matter what it's about.
Yeah,
If
correct.
We
Yeah.
all know, we give them a gross
of
number
course,
and they do
of
with
course.
it what they
Yep,
will.
of course,
so.
yep. Oh, yeah.
and that's a whole other discussion,
That's a
because this
whole-
whole thing is,
Yeah, that's a whole.
this whole thing's a,
All right, I'll start the bidding at, no, I'll amend the motion to approve the Board of Education budget at a figure of $40,600,000. Even. That
okay,
would
so
be a reduction.
your
of
motion
it.
is to make an amendment to the number down to 40,680,000, so you're reducing it by 81,494.
Right.
And that
And whether it
reflects that.
matters, it's
Okay.
it's on account of the electricity and the porta
Is there a
potties.
second to the amendment?
Second.
Second to Mr. Proto. Discussion on the amendment. Okay, seeing none, we'll go, do we have to go down the line for the amendment? Yeah, well, the amendment is basically gonna be potentially it, so we gotta go down the line. Okay, on the amendment, Mr. Mealy? Mr. Kelly? Mr. Meganowski?
Yay.
It was a yay?
Yay.
Mr. Blanchett?
Yay.
Mr. Caproto?
Yay.
6 yeas, there you go.
Thank you.
After all that, there you go.
It was worth the abuse.
Yeah, now we gotta vote on the thing. Is there discussion around the amended motion? Seeing none, we'll start this way this time. Mr. Proto?
Yay.
Matt?
Yeah.
Yes? Yep. Dan? Okay, motion carries. All right, we're gonna dive into the CNR projects now.
May I say thank you? I know everybody cares, and I hope my passion comes through when I get a little frustrated. But after 6 years of being here in Cromwell, I see the incredible potential that our students have, and I just want to continue to push them forward and do what we can do. And I do thank you. I am thankful for everything that you do and that what you provide us for. I do get frustrated. I'm a little bit of a hothead once in a while, but I do use your money wisely. So thank you.
Thank you. Okay, how do we wanna run this? The amount is 40,680,000 even. No?
No, it was 40,600,000 flat.
Oh, what did I say?
Yeah.
Oh, my bad, yeah, 600.
40.6, that way it's easy for us to remember next year.
So what did you say?
40.6.
40.6 even?
Yeah.
603 increase. Well, at that point, put it
Oh.
No.
Why is
No,
everyone leaving?
Tony, how are we running this now? Who's running the show?
I don't think people think, I think they're leaving. I don't think they realize what we're doing.
No, yeah, Enzo,
Claudio?
Chris, you guys know we're doing CNR now, right?
Yeah, we're leaving Claudio here.
Yeah, okay.
Go to this page in your CNR,
On his birthday.
Oh, in the town budget book.
in the town book.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
We're just doing the Board of Ed CNR, please?
Yes,
Yes.
and they have their own page this year.
Because they're here.
We typically done the department.
We need Lou, we want Lou here for the public works.
Are we gonna hit motion on it, or we're gonna motion the whole CNR budget? In
We,
other words, are we just
we
getting
did something
information?
last year, what was it, Sarah?
You made a motion to put it on a list for future appropriation.
And then when we approve the general government, you know, the, central, that one, that's when you approve the total number. Yes. Right, so you guys can revisit it,
Yeah, got it, good.
But, okay, yep.
okay? You got the page? So
We can
you're
revisit
gonna
it.
go item by item.
It's in the packet, it's in the other book,
Okay.
yeah, it's in this book here.
Hello?
Oh, for another hour and a half.
Should we sing, or?
Where's the cake?
What are you saying? Where's the candle? Can you put a candle on a piece of pizza or something?
The cake.
All right, it's 10:30, guys. Let's maybe we'll try to move this along. Okay. Am I just gonna make motion one by one here? Based on the town council recommendation, just each project, or do we want to talk about like how do we want to do this? Yeah. Yep.
I'm sorry, you're making a motion to appropriate, what's our words? We got hung
So
up on this last
I'm gonna,
time. I wanna make sure.
Sarah, when we did this last year, we did each individual item, right?
You did each individual item to be put on a future list. The next night, you voted on, because you, even as you did the second night, you put it on a future list and then under. You adopted the list near the end.
Great. Thank you. Can I have a motion then to appropriate $40,000 to put on a future list for district-wide IAQ assessment service?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by the vice chair, seconded by Mr. Blanchett. What do we got? What is it?
What is it?
Yeah.
State mandate will be required as of, June of 2026. We're required to do an indirect quality assessment of 20% of our stock, our service portfolio. And that's required every single year, so that the rotation. So 20% a year, so after 5 years are complete, then you start all over again.
How many years was that?
5 years.
5 years?
Consider it this way, it never stops. The only advantage we have 4 schools instead of 5, so we might have a leap year.
If anybody wants to know, like, yeah, the individual pages, I guess, that have the additional detail are kind of far back. I think they're all ordered after the town, chief, after the chief's stuff, yeah. So pretty deep. Yep, you'll start seeing Claudio's name on the prepared buys. I mean, do we have one of these in fiscal year 25's budget for for a certain school?
This year?
But the next year, we have this built into the long-term plan. This is built in, like, we have this next year, like, you'll see this again next year.
You'll see it again every year.
Exactly,
Period.
yep.
That's what I'm saying, so but we didn't incur this expense this year for some reason?
Because it's not required to be completed until next year.
Oh, okay, oh, sorry, I missed the whole, this is a new thing, okay.
What this does is gives me
Okay. Is there any chance the middle school, is there some kind of a pass for a new building, or they don't care?
Further discussion?
John, maybe this is a stupid question. If this is happening every year, why is it capital and non-recurring?
Good question.
But what's the,
Put them in the budget 1 year and.
I know, nobody liked it. I voted for it.
but I guess when I think of capital, it's something physical. This sounds like it's an assessment, so it's like a survey or a test or something. So that's kind of how I just make the distinction between a police car and this, I guess.
A physical asset.
Right.
From my standpoint, does it qualify under the definition of what a CNR project can be?
There's a definition on these.
Yeah, I mean, we put studies in there.
Okay.
When we're doing study, when we're doing design.
At the end of the day, it's whatever bucket you wanna, good, as long as it qualifies.
It's an excellent question. It's been, like Ed said, it's been kicked around for years, and this is just the way we've always done it.
All right.
One thing to remember is we don't actually.
I'm- And I'm just trying to remember, could we do this by raise a hand, or do we gotta go around each time?
We're not actually spending money.
At the end? Okay. All right, further discussion?
Is there any way we get that price down? Like, we're buying for $40,000. So this is a best guess, kind of. All right, thanks, Claudia.
We're all gonna have to
Thank you.
Can I ask one question?
Yeah.
Tom? Sorry. And Tony, I'm sorry, sorry, Claudia. Is it generally true for the town ones? Generally, we have a bid already or a quote or something, right?
what,
for the CNR town items, usually we have a quote or a bid already, right?
You mean in backhoe?
Yeah.
Yeah. They were told- Yeah, right? I would say, it's just something to think about going forward at some point, whether we get into the cycle of trying to have quotes or bids, just like we all do for all the town ones. Like to James' point, Claudia's doing a good job, he's just sort of best information, but we just want to think about whether we change that process somehow to see if there's a way to get quotes or something better, that way, we just have better information, that's all.
That's about the bid. The specification has to be clear exactly what the assessment.
Further discussion?
Just from a process standpoint, for CNR, let's say we approve this for 40, and then when Claudia gets the quote and the work comes in for 39, this doesn't need to come back to our board to then approve the expenditure of the 39, because it's already been budgeted, or? It's already been appropriated. But if it came in for 41,
Then I have two
He
options.
would have two options, pay for the 1,000 or come and ask you for 1,000 more out of CNR.
how does the town, I'm just trying to think, how does the town address these situations? What do you typically do?
We pay for it out of operations, or we come back.
Oh, okay. Okay, no, thanks.
Good? All right, all those in favor, signal by raising your hand. Opposed? Abstention, motion carries. Can I have a motion to appropriate $53,009 on a separate list for Cromwell High School lighting fixture interior auditorium stage 809?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by the vice chair, second Mr. DePorto. What do you got?
Just the same thing, that's been going on.
Again, the bonkers part to me, 53, how many light bulbs are we talking about?
I didn't count them.
I'm saying, I mean,
But and it's not regular lighting. You're not replacing the light bulbs. You're replacing the whole lighting system.
yeah, the whole, I know, when you see lighting fixture. Anyway, further discussion or questions?
Can we discuss this at least in light of the item 4 rows down? I didn't look at the detail yet, but It says the same thing, lighting, fixture, auditorium. Is one focused to the stage versus audience?
And one is the entire seating area.
Okay. Is it fair to say that the stage is a more complex system of lighting because for different performance, theatrical reasons, whereas the house lights are the house lights, so to speak?
And it's really, yes, that's the whole thing. It's a smaller area, but more complex.
Yeah.
Does any of this qualify for grants that you know of?
And if there was, we'll go get it, and the town will receive the savings.
Yeah, I know we're talking about this line item, but now I'm still trying to contrast with the house lights, if you will, if I can call it that, the audience lights. That seems really outsized then. I can understand the 53 for the stage because of the complexity of the schemes and all the things involved there, but the house lights should just be plain vanilla, whatever, canisters, et cetera, but is there there's apparently a lot of complexity in here. I just, these numbers are, how did you, come up with these numbers? Were there quotes involved with these?
There was a quote that was done in 2022, which was the basis of the numbers that you see in front of you.
For both lines, the stage and the house?
So these numbers that we're looking at are from 3 years ago?
No.
No.
3 years ago, they were a little lower.
Yeah,
I
okay.
took into consideration escalation over 3 years.
Yeah. Further discussion?
And may I make a comment, if
Yeah.
it's possible? Would it be possible to combine the two, because I might be able to get some cost savings due to volume, rather than having two separate projects?
He could do that anyways.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
Oh.
Oh, I can do that anyway,
Yeah.
without having to come back?
if it involves saving money, you can do whatever you like.
I
No one's gonna argue with you.
Thank you.
But Tony, I don't know if you, the most recent thing I remember the town doing was the gym, or, our town hall gym. That was the most recent thing I recall doing LED on. From a scope, from a magnitude standpoint, like, does 100,000 sound, I don't know, maybe, that seems high to me for just the stage, for the non-stage area, but.
You do realize that you can't use a lift in the auditorium, right? So you have to set up staging for the entire auditorium to get up to the lights.
Like a scaffolding or some kind of temporary thing,
Yeah, 'cause you got
okay.
seats in there and you got-
So a lot of this is a lot of
Labor.
labor than thing, okay.
Probably labor intense.
All right, so labor intensive,
You don't have that in the stage, because the stage is flat.
right, but you have more complicated schemes for, okay. Well, I can only hope they come in lower and maybe the combination of it, you hire the one person to do both, yeah.
Well, just to be fair, I think it was mentioned earlier, I mean, seeing our projects from last year, you already mentioned, a number of them came in under,
Yes.
correct? So we're already looking at,
We had 32,000 in savings from projects that came in under, and 81,000 in projects that we passed up on.
This is,
Because we determined it wasn't necessary.
and we're talking fiscal year 24 now?
no, this is the current year,
Okay,
right?
then, sorry, when we say last year, I would say current year, but because the comment was made, the money came back to the town, what did that mean?
It was on your report last month, I closed 3 projects and I brought it back into CNR balance to use.
Okay,
So
And-
I've
yeah.
gotten, and, Claudia and I just discussed today, the other savings, which I have not put back in CNR yet.
Yeah, this is.
okay,
The
thanks.
projects that
Thanks.
we closed, we provided documentation to Sharon.
Yeah, closed, and then, they came in under, so you,
Now we're
yeah.
finishing up the project that are
Okay.
completed, and any savings, well, we don't have the money, notifying the town that
Mhm.
we won't need that additional money for those projects.
I'm hoping this is a real quick answer. Can that just happen where we appropriate money to get a project done and it's just decided up not and do it? Like, or how does that kind of work?
Yep, happens
And
anytime.
decide not to do it
Yeah,
for a specific reason, but you better have a reason.
okay, I'm just saying an example, right? Like, we're doing the baseball fields. We funded to convert one to softball.
Right.
We're just not gonna do it. Like how, and it's just weird to me, like we set aside money, we say to do it, and then it just doesn't happen? I don't know.
Well, I'm sure the council would have a question on me.
Okay. And is that a bonkers question?
No, it's a great question.
No, it's
No.
a,
No,
and,
it's a
you know,
fantastic
it's the side, it's the companion question to whether we can unappropriate something. Which I think we can, but some just.
Okay. It's way too late to get into a philosophical discussion, but it just sounded like, oh, we just didn't do it. I'm like, oh, I didn't know that was an option. Just, okay. Further discussion on 53 grand for lighting.
By the way, you didn't know that was an option under today's federal scheme?
I don't watch the news.
We appropriated things and decided just not to do.
I don't.
Happening everywhere you turn.
I get all my news from Twitter. Okay.
You will find it there.
Okay, further discussion. Seeing none, all those in favor signify by raising your hand. Opposed? Abstention, motion carries. Can I have a motion to put on a separate list an appropriation of $26,000 for ECS exhaust fan replacement?
So moved. Second.
Moved by the Vice Chair, second Mr. DeProto. We have to replace a fan?
No, we have to replace multiple.
Oh.
About a dozen,
Okay.
so we're running about $2 grand.
Is this like part 2 of something that we did before?
We did some last year.
Yeah, okay. Discussion?
This is the last one, there's no more in case you're asking. No.
All right, well, we're putting all this money into ECS. That's a discussion for another day. Discussion. Seeing none, all those in favor signify by raising your hand. Opposed? Abstention, motion carries. Can I have a motion to put on a separate list, to appropriate $28,000 for ECS classroom blinds replacement? Only phase 2 of 4.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by the Vice Chair, second Mr. DeProto. Same thing.
Same thing, the original assessment, original cost assessment was $102,000. So we did part, because it was a big number, we decided to spread it out across 4 years rather than doing it all at once. We did part, the first quarter we did, this fiscal year, and we're moving on to additional.
So the whole thing is 102. It's up slightly because you just got to get more. You got to redo it all. You got to start from scratch. You got to.
No, it just, every year gets a little bit more expensive.
Yeah. I just meant if you do it all at one time, it's probably one cost. But if you got to come back and forth 4 times, and discussion.
I guess, how did the first phase go? Was it?
Fantastic. Got it done in the summer before kids arrived from school. And if this gets approved, we're gonna have them hit the ground running as soon as, July 1, or as soon as the money gets flowing, actually. The budget still has to be uploaded.
So I think I asked this the last time these blinds came before us. This is materials and labor
Yes, sir, complete.
and a rough split, materials, labor, half-half. You know.
Total cost.
No, I know, I'm just wondering how much of this is labor.
Do we know how much is the labor out of the 28?
No, I don't think.
Okay. Let's just assume it's a non-trivial amount. I mean, I'm sure it's not like 1,000. My point is just thinking about this as the schools as a town asset, or if the building here, Tony, needed to replace the blinds, right? They're all decrepitated and we gotta replace them here. What would we do? Would we buy the blinds, have them shipped, and then someone here would install them, or would we hire a company to install them?
Sorry, the bug.
Oh, you're dismissing
No,
my
no,
questions.
no. Well, yes, but not right now.
We've done both.
Yeah. Well, that's where I'm saying, is there an opportunity?
If it was one blind, or two blind, or one classroom, we would figure it out. You're talking about a quarter of the school. This is not, we don't have the manpower to put a blind, nor do we have the skill set. We don't have any, our maintainers don't have the skill set to do blinds. So you need a person with the skill set. This isn't going Home Depot, going to Lowe's and buying a 32-inch, because you measured out your window, and you said, hey, 2 screws, fit that on, and new blinds. It goes beyond.
Well, I was just asking the town manager. It sounds like there's instances where we would have installed these ourselves. I mean, I mean, it's just a mounting bracket.
These actually have been around since 1985. Tell you the truth.
Yeah, but did someone from the town install? I mean, I'm not asking you literally who installed them, but it's not out of the realm of possibilities that someone from the town staff
Go
would have
back and look
installed
at the file.
Other parts of the building where building maintenance has done
Okay.
it. These were original with the renovation.
My point's not being made. I'm just trying to get to an aspect where, can we do more things in-house? That's all.
I think to your,
That's all.
One, we do when it's possible.
Yep. and I'm not necessarily directing it to you, I'm talking to town manager in terms of,
I'm trying to help you.
Yeah.
I'm trying to tell you, I would love to tell you, yeah, we did it, but these are 1985.
no, I'm not, I don't want to
Yeah.
know the answer to these
There's others
blinds,
in-
it's,
There's others
I-
in other parts of the building.
Yeah.
That building maintenance, our building maintenance.
Yeah.
Have installed.
okay, and could it be possible that those building maintenance people over a summer period of 12 weeks could install it on a quarter of ECS?
Well,
And no, because then the responsibility here.
yeah, I think that's the key is it's a small window of opportunity to get a project done. And what's the priority of our projects during that 12 weeks?
Sure.
Is there other stuff our staff could be doing
Well, yeah,
versus
you-
the
yeah, you-
blinds? So
I mean,
it's-
it'd just be part of resource planning, that's all I'm
Right,
asking.
right, but I think that's probably what it comes down to, is it's just easier to outsource and have our staff work it.
To do half a, or a
Okay.
quarter of a school.
As long as it's been considered and contemplated, is my point.
We always consider
Okay.
as much as we can to fix things in-house before we outsource.
Very good.
Anything else? Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, signal by raising your hand. Opposed? Abstention? Motion carries. Can I have a motion for an appropriation of $100,000 to be put on a separate list for CHS Lighting Fixture Auditorium?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by the Vice Chair, second by Mr. DeProto. We kind of went through this. Further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, signal by raising your hand. Opposed? You good?
Yeah.
Yes? All right, I know it's late. Motion carries. We're gonna pass the basketball court, right? We're good there? Okay. Can I have a motion to appropriate $50,000 to be put on a separate list to replace high school bleachers?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by the Vice Chair, second by Mr. DeProto. Where are these going?
Outside of the track. The current bleachers are
That, there is a quote in the back here for 46,000. That must be for two of them? And you're buying four? Or you're buying two? Buying two. The rest is labor. Right, because it's, oh no, it's 50, I'm thinking 100,000. Sorry, I was looking at the previous one, my bad. Matt, you got a logistical question? You good?
Tracks near. Bleachers, where the existing bleachers are, I know a lot of times they're right on the track, but where is their open space? Are they gonna go at the north and south points?
I think where that path
outside of
is,
the fence.
yeah, where the
Oh.
path is facing
Oh, okay.
facing the
fence is
houses.
like
Yeah.
3 feet from the track.
Yeah, that's, yeah, that's what I'm saying, so,
The bleachers are on top of the track, the current bleachers.
yeah, they spill on there.
We want to get them outside of the fence. We want to close up that fenced-in area. so
Okay.
No one is going on there, no equipment is going on there.
Yep.
School already purchased the mat to prevent soccer players with cleats going across a rubber track, so that they're walking on top of that.
Okay. Okay, that's fine, so you'll level, like you said, outside the fence, that ground is sloped, so you'll just level it
Further
something.
back, and you can still, by height-wise, you can still see the players play. If you take the current bleachers and put them on the outside, they're actually the same height as the ground. And
Yeah.
You're looking through the 3-foot-high, 4-foot-high fence.
Okay.
Look at the players.
Okay.
Does,
You got
does anything need to happen with the path there, or you just right on top? There's the paved walking path?
Obviously not going to be pitched backwards, right? No. Of course, right, okay.
What are they made out of? Are they aluminum? We had like fiberglass ones at the tennis courts at Watchers for a while, and then after a while, that fiberglass breaks down, and so you sit down and you get a million. Yeah. Anyway.
Further discussion? All right, seeing none, all those in favor, signal by raising your hand. Opposed, abstention, motion carries. Can I have a motion to place on a separate list an appropriation of $15,000 for ECS to add a toilet to the kindergarten classroom?
So moved.
Second?
Moved by the vice chair, second Mr. DeProto.
We have kindergarten.
Would that pass muster with public health? I mean, I know in restaurant industry, you gotta hand wash sinks everywhere, even if you got one right next to it or on the wall, you know? Okay, that's fair enough. I know, but it's not always logical, so I'm not, I'm just saying. Oh, come on.
And this is one for a specific kindergarten classroom?
There's two classrooms that are side by side.
Oh, okay.
To fix that problem.
Further discussion about a toilet? Seeing none, all those in favor, signal by raising your hand. Opposed? Abstention, motion carries. Okay, that one's skipping. Can I have a motion to appropriate $53,404 to be put on a separate list for Woodside Makeup Air Unit?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by the vice chair, second Mr. DeProto.
HVAC equipment, terminal accordion out of the site, needs to be replaced before it fails.
Is this like a kitchen hood? No?
This is for.
Okay.
But Wiz has to show it, so it doesn't have it with kids or their handling.
Obviously, in taking a look at the backup here, we're at 53,404, which seems to be a pretty specific number. That had to come from somewhere.
Governed by Gordian.
Oh, that's the Gordian number.
Yes, sir.
Further discussion? Go ahead.
Just whatever it's worth, so on the Gordian list, then they go through an update every year with these costs. I then built the way to take all those costs in and update all these items in. So I know that's how that cost flows, so basically it's not necessarily an estimate of the work, it is from Gordian.
Yeah.
Like anything else, I think once we fine tune, we start to learn whether Gordian's right or not, I think this is gonna take like a year or two of cycling through this, to give a sense like whether those are gonna be really viable numbers or not.
Well, how many of the projects from last year were Gordian? I only ask because, I mean, you know, and listen, I'm not complaining, but a bunch of money got returned. So,
Well, the money that got returned was projects that didn't need to be done, the majority of it. Only 30,000 was in cost savings. The 81,000 was in projects that were determined.
well, still, even 30 grand, I mean, that funds something of significance, so, that's just my ask.
Yep, and to that point though, was there a project that the Gordian list said, oh, we gotta do that? But then upon further investigation, it was like, no, we don't need to do that.
Further discussion?
So how old is this number, this 53,404? Like, is this 18 months old already? Or what?
So Gordian first did it, whenever that was.
Yeah.
And then last, I think April-ish or somewhere around there, which the new one's gonna be coming,
Yeah.
all the numbers got re-updated.
Okay,
And then I applied all those numbers to the first set of numbers we got.
okay.
So again, Gordian's gonna give another update probably in April or May or some point. I'll
Soon.
probably have to run the same thing
Yeah.
and update them all again.
Okay, so we got a little incremental
But again, it's an
piece,
estimate.
but,
The real
right,
number's gonna be when we did it.
right.
And you may remember they took
We good? All those in favor signify by raising your hand. Opposed, abstention, motion carries. Can I have a motion to appropriate $235,000 to be put on a separate list for WIS interior lighting fixtures?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by the vice chair, second Mr. Blanchett. Beat you to it.
There's actually three parts to this.
I was just saying, $235,000, it better be.
No. The original number from Gordian was 1.2 million. I estimated at 400,000, and then we went and got an assessment and a quote. 238,000, whatever it is for the building. Then there's about another 100 and something thousand for the controls, and then there's about 90,000 for the emergency lights, all LED. So the total project is actually three different parts. LED lighting for the entire building, LED lighting for, the emergency lights, the emergency exit lights, and then the controls for these lights.
So we're looking
So
at
are-
three lines.
Yeah, you're saying it's the three items altogether?
Those three projects will end up being done all together.
Right, and that was supposed to be 1.2, and you're saying it's gonna be under 500K?
Yes, sir. And that we got quotes for.
Are they? Okay, how long ago were the quotes?
It was about 3 months, 4 months. That's when we started updating the numbers. If you remember the tri-board meeting, we continued to update.
Yeah, no, my question is, and just going forward, whatever we can do to get to just throw it in the book here, just so we've got it. This, we wanna see the backup.
We'll get that.
So we're gonna call this,
Well, let's order them. Is this on Amazon or what?
so,
You gotta get them past customs by it.
yeah. We'll,
The new tariffs coming in, so you know.
That's what I said, yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
Go ahead, Matt, I'm sorry.
no, we'll call this the year of the lights. So, no, it's good. I'm all about replacing for LEDs. So, should this be, is this perceived as, hey, let's do this because equipment needs to be monetized and is unsafe, or it's, hey, there's an opportunity to put in more cost-efficient equipment
Part two. There's nothing-
for cost?
There's nothing here that's unsafe.
Okay. So this is a cost efficiency play. Yeah, I just don't know, again,
We actually had a high school also on this year, so.
I see that.
Mr. Salvatore, because we don't have a good number or as good a number as we did for the list. And
Yeah.
because for the magnitude of the number of projects we were talking about.
Yeah.
We discussed getting a better number and discussing it for next year. But it's
Okay.
a district-wide plan to convert it into LED.
What's there now? Is it fluorescent or?
Everything from P5, P8.
And then, again, just an ignorant homeowner here, replacing an incandescent bulb with an LED bulb, especially at the volume you're doing it, I would think that the cost isn't, like, you don't have to replace the entirety of the infrastructure. You're just replacing, in some cases, a bulb in kind, in terms of shape. You're going to LED, but you,
You're replacing the receptacle.
oh, you are?
The entire pin, per se. You don't just change that. You don't put a LED bulb in a receptacle that's not designed for it. It has to do with the
Okay.
valves.
Okay.
You can't. They're changing the cans and.
Yeah, okay. At home, I didn't have to do that, but again, different applications, I don't have,
At home, you probably have to screw on both.
Yeah.
You buy the LEDs and they
Yeah.
screw in the same socket as the incandescent.
So there's that, and then, again, I guess there's labor included in this that I'm not thinking about, the height of the ceilings and all that stuff. It's not just reach up and unscrew.
Some of them are high ceiling, some of
Okay.
them are low. This is entire building.
So do we know, I mean, this'll have some cost savings, but it's just too minor to even take any kind of credit for? I mean, the number of bulbs that we have at these schools, I mean, it must register.
One, we're expecting, $30,000 rebate on this project.
Yeah, but I think that's true, but I think the question would be, if you looked at the electric cost for WIS, pre this switch, and then to the switch, I would think there'd be,
I'm definitely expecting a reduction in electrical usage.
Yeah.
There's no doubt about it.
Right.
And we won't
I mean, we're not talking like $100. I mean, we're probably talking several thousands, right? Yeah.
absolutely.
Oh, there's that fly. Okay,
See?
okay,
I don't see why we wouldn't adjust our electrical
yeah.
budget going forward.
Well, we'll
after
see it.
July.
Yeah, no, that's good, okay. Yeah, no, that's fine, I just,
That's the intent, to
Yep.
create savings.
okay, no, good, I think that's just good context as we look, right? Okay.
Just curious, Claudio, too, I guess, in terms of like either lighting or safety, is it gonna be bulbs that are gonna be a little brighter or throw off better light, or, only because Enzo was talking about the whole safety theme, is that part of this thinking process, or you don't know yet? Okay. Well, the LED bulbs can,
You gotta have them certain candles so that
yeah, I'm saying,
students could, read and see and everything
yeah,
else.
I just wasn't sure if the part of the thought process was, these lights will be even better, so it'll make it better for the students and everyone there, because the lights will just provide better light. Maybe, we don't know yet, all right.
Can I just,
So the entirety of this project, $500,000, is about cost savings.
It's about cost savings.
About cost savings. So
Overall, and
we're gonna do this when? If this is approved right now, when would the school have new lights put in?
my best guess scenario is you won't get the money, won't hit the books until somewhere around middle of July. And I can't create a purchase order without having money in there, so I have to determine through the scheduling, if it can be done during the school year, because you're going into classrooms and you're going into hallways, so that's quite a disruption. You're opening up ceilings to change. So my best guess, if you're asking me, is next summer, but I need to start the process now, so I can start it June 15th next year.
Okay, so you would not reap savings until the following school year, basically? Until next, not this budget, next budget cycle. And it's a $500,000 expenditure, what's the payback on that? Like, how much do you save every year? Is it a 10-year payback, or is it a 5-year payback?
I don't have that number.
No. Okay.
Most lights are within 3 to 5 years, because they're low-hanging fruit and they're very small, very quick.
So I'm just looking at the WIS budget, I think it was like $230,000 for electrical?
Yeah.
So half of that's gonna go away? That'd be great.
I hope so. That's the intent.
Another bonus for LEDs,
Just
you
wanna
don't have to
remember
change them
this
often.
conversation next year when we're doing the budget. The budget goes down by $100,000.
I hope so.
Go ahead, Chris, you have a question?
Yeah, quick question. So if these are, I see these are all priority one, you said they're cost savings. Are there other priority one items that are not on here that are safety related that we're doing instead, that we're doing these lightings instead of? Okay.
So down below, there's another item for exit sign LED renewals. Is that also through the same contractor that would do this? Okay. And that doesn't have a priority number, is there a reason for that?
They're all ones.
Ones.
Every item that's on that list, there's 20 items on the list, and they're all ones. For those that, yeah, for those that weren't part of the process, we started with probably closer to 10 million.
All right, further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, signal by raising your hand. Opposed? Abstention, motion carries. Can I have a motion for an appropriation of $81,149 to put on a separate list for WIS exterior lighting fixtures?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by the Vice Chair, second by Mr. DeProto. Discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, signal by raising your hand. Opposed? Abstention, motion carries. Could I have a motion to appropriate $157,994 to be put on a separate list for WIS interior lighting controls?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by the Vice Chair, second Mr. DeProto. Discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by raising your hand. Opposed? Abstention? Motion carries. Could I have a motion to appropriate $25,280 on a separate list for CHS package rooftop unit number 7?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by the Vice Chair, seconded by Mr. DeProto. How did 1 through 6 go?
They weren't as urgent as this one.
All right, what do you got?
Before it just dies on us, and then I'm trying to repair it or replace it on an emergency basis.
Is this another Gordian number?
Yes, sir.
This is an air conditioning or heating? Air conditioning?
Heating and air conditioning. Package unit is self-contained.
Is it working right now, or it's?
Yes, sir. Everything is working right now.
Let me back up. This is on here as a priority 1 because Gordian deemed it to have to be past its usefulness.
That they don't expect it to last very long, and they need it high priority to replace as soon as possible.
When you say they, you mean Gordian?
Gordian, yes, sir.
So is this just a matter of, hey, do we proactively replace this, or do we wait until the hottest day in the year and find out the thing doesn't work and then be
Is this
reactive?
is this the original units from the school?
I mean, I'd prefer to do that, honestly.
So that would make these
Buy that
units,
shit out
was
till
the
it
school's like
dies.
80,
The high school
Well,
said
school.
probably the
Unless you
renovation.
have
the
money
renovations.
as the-
Renovation
No,
occurred-
2000.
come up with, I'd rather
Renovation
pocket.
occurred in 2001.
Right.
The building was built in 1979. So for us, 2001, it's already 24 years.
24 years.
Most of these have a 10 to 12-year lifespan.
Yeah, okay.
Further discussion?
What are the real dangers of it breaking down, like, other than it being annoying to get fixed quickly? Would part of the building freeze in the winter or something like that? Is that the kind of?
Everybody good?
Quick question, what's the difference between, the WIS makeup air units at 53,000 and then this package roof units at 25,000? Why is it like a $25,000 difference?
One's a makeup unit, so we have a chiller that cools the air, and the makeup unit combines the air and conditions the air. Because package unit is self-contained unit that has all the components inside the box. Basically, it's a box that has all the components in it.
Okay.
Yeah, good. we're getting antsy. Okay, we good? Further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, signal by raising your hand. Opposed, abstention, motion carries.
And then, Jen, I was just gonna respectfully ask, can we just go back to the lighting controls? Because we approved it. I just wanted to maybe think about, I think the conversion to LED bulbs, I mean, you have a 100-watt bulb and you get it down to a 12-watt bulb, I mean, that's 90% lower usage. The math is a no-brainer. The switches here, occupancy switches, the value of those I would think, diminished if you're shutting off bulbs that are drawing very low energy. So I just want to make sure I'm fine. You know, a lot of these do make sense, but that one in particular, can we just go back and get a little more clarity on what the intent there is? Because I don't think it's as much cost savings, maybe.
You're basing it on the fact that you're going from a 90-watt bulb to a 14-watt bulb. The controls have to do with occupancy sensor, have to do even with people out of the building. You can set up the timer on different components. You can, if the building is closed, you can turn everything off. If there's a snow day, you can turn things off.
Right. All I'm saying is that would make sense if we had incandescents in the building, and then you're like, oh, we got to be savvy because the damn things are drawing a lot of things. All I'm saying is once we get the light bulbs to be 10% of the draw, the marginal benefit of having smart sensors to me goes down. And I just want to, I think that it is reasonable to do things that have long-term cost savings. It's just in light of the magnitude of all the CNR stuff, I just don't know if this one has clear cut of a value to me, because if we don't have it today, we don't necessarily need it, and then if we have more efficient bulbs in there anyhow, I don't see the big cost savings.
Well, you just suggested that this was, is it just lights or is it other controls?
Just like lighting control.
Just lighting.
Keep in mind, you're not talking about a 2,500 square foot home.
No.
With 2 lights in each room, and a couple lamps in the bedrooms, and 6 pans over the sink in the kitchen. You're talking about a 90,000 square foot school. Check to see how much lighting controls cost for the new school that we just built.
Oh no! I'm not challenging that the 157 sounds too high for what we're getting. I'm saying I don't know if that is worth the expenditure for a payback.
The one thing I'm not gonna do is try to convince you whether you wanna fix these things or not. I presented you the
Yeah.
items that I determine whether to according to my assessment of the building that are necessary. It's up to you that make the decision whether you want me to replace them or not. You can easily
Yep.
say no, you can say yes.
Is there a benefit doing the controls at the same time that you're doing the lights?
Always. You have the same contractor responsible for everything. You don't end up, if something doesn't work out, it wasn't me, I didn't install the lights, it wasn't me, I didn't do the wiring, it wasn't me, I didn't do the controls.
The question, I guess, just comes down to whether you're gonna do controls ever at all within the school.
Right.
or-
Yeah. Sorry, I know we're moving really quick, and I think the LEDs have a clear payback. I just think what you do the smart switches kind of seem to me like a more lower priority. Anybody else share the? I'd love thoughts, like tell me to shut up. Anybody,
I hear you, Matt. I just think it's also, maybe you're going from a 20-watt down to 0. That's the ultimate efficiency, and it doesn't take that much
Oh,
longer
sure.
to add to whatever you're saving, plus it's less wasteful.
Yeah, I just think if you had a 100-watt thing in there and you shut it off for the 8 hours you didn't need it to be on, you save 800 watts. If that 100-watt is now a 10-watt, you're now only saving,
But if you have a 100 watt that's on
8
for
watts.
8 hours, or you have a 30 watt that's on for 24 hours, you're still back to square one.
Well, we're not going to have the lights on for longer now than we did in the past, right? Our
That's what
baseline
the
would
controls
be,
do. That allows you to program them for.
Yeah, it would make it on less of the time than they're on today. But our baseline isn't we're going to have them on longer now than we did. Am I in my mind?
No, you're right, but you could have them on, it could be either left on accidentally or whatever, who knows what the controls were forced at the.
No, I understand how the control, yeah, I understand how the controls work, I'm just thinking,
Okay,
No, it's a
I'm
good
gonna,
thought. It's a good
hold on. Here's what I'm gonna do, because we're going round and round. If you'd like to make a motion so we can have, an actual discussion around reopening this up, go
Okay.
ahead. If not, then let's move on. 'Cause,
Yeah,
the sun's starting to come up.
I'd like to make a motion to, and sorry, reconsider the previous approval for the interior lighting controls.
Second.
Okay. Motion made by Mr. Blanchett, second Mr. DeProto. Just going to normal discussion? Yeah? No?
Now the question is, do we reconsider?
So we just need a straight out vote on it?
Yes.
Okay. 4 to reconsider it?
I would, well, assuming everybody votes.
Well, 4 to 6. Just,
No, so he wants to discuss it again.
Right.
I'm just making sure I'm getting my numbers right. That's all. That's all I'm trying to do.
Or it might be, maybe reconsider.
Okay, all those in favor to reconsider, raise your hand. Sure, I'll hear you out.
That's all I was trying to do, is want to hear.
All right.
Thanks. Yeah, no, I don't mean to belabor the conversation, but we have the time to go through them, it's a $157,000 item. Again, the math is, if you have a 100-watt light bulb, and it's on, say, for 8 hours, that's 800 watts you're pulling in. If we replace said 100-watt light bulb with a 10-watt light bulb, and it still stays on for the 8 hours of unnecessary use, that's only an 80-watt draw. So the smart switch is, in the old world, would have been saving you 800 watts by shutting off, and in the new world, it's just saving you 80 watts. So it's a 90% reduction in the benefit. That's all my point is that.
There's also wear and tear to consider. As an LED stays on, the longer it stays on, they do dim over time. If you look at any like old TVs, the colors change, they get dimmer, and so on and so on. Well, it's maybe something worth considering.
And this is a control system that we're lighting controls. So is there any code requirements or insurance requirements that would have us have to update this? And how old is the existing control system that's there now that this would be replacing? And,
When was it building built?
I think
2000, so
oh, this is WIS, right, sorry.
WIS, yeah.
This is WIS.
High school.
Oh, this is Wes.
I was thinking high school again.
This is 05.
So it's original system then.
Here's what I think,
So-
guys, too. Right, we discussed the solar panels at length, had a whole public hearing about it. I mean, that's more money. It's 800,000 versus 157, but this is here for WIS, and then, CHS, I don't know if we're gonna have a similar, thing to put the controls in. I just think Gordian threw out a whole bunch of things, hey, here's things you should do. This sounds like more of a cost savings thing. So they say, oh, throw in LED lights, that'll save money. Throw in smart sensors, that'll save operational money. But the actual cost benefit analysis, to me, is less compelling if you do the LED conversion. And to me, that bites off, that would provide real savings. And then I think in light of a $2.2 million CNR ask, or whatever the total thing is, it might be one that we balk on for now, that's all. I said my piece, and I won't take it personally.
The controls there now work fine? Yeah.
So, Steve and I spent Steve spent way more time than I did this whole summer on the details of tri-board, what kind of, bulbs are we gonna put down this hallway? And it drove me insane. I said during the middle of that, I said, there's no way in God's green earth that I know more than the professionals in this area. I understand that this looks less important maybe than something, maybe looks more important than some others on here, as a matter of fact, but my thinking on this is, we spent a lot of money on this ridiculous study. that the consultant wouldn't even stand behind. And then we had Claudio come in, and he has been doing, I think, a really good job of not wasting our money. My inclination is to say, okay, maybe we only want to spend this much, we want to spend a little less, we can't afford this. We're still going to come around to something next week at some point where it's like, the rubber meets the road, do we have enough money? Assuming that we have 1.8 million for capital in the schools, 1.08, yes, excuse me. I don't want to get into no, we should be using the GE lights, not the whatever other brand. It's just, if they think this is what they ought to do, assuming it's not something that makes no sense whatsoever, I'm just going to tend to defer to these guys within whatever limit we set to ourselves. So that's just where I am. I understand I may be wrong, but that's where I am.
Very surprising coming from
So, yeah, we did spend a lot of time. I'll admit
You spent way too much time.
That's for sure.
But there was a bigger focus on sort of the bigger plan, not less, because Matt, I appreciate the thought process, on this, for sure, and, it's making me rethink it, certainly just position I had, on this, and, not that doing would be a bad thing, I'm not saying that either, I don't know enough, we're not just close enough, but I think one of the things we'll have to think about, and James has talked about this, we have to improve the whole rigor for this process. Like seeing these things here, like what is like a CBA analysis? Something, right? On $20,000 items, you probably don't need it, but on something that's gonna roll up to 500,000, like, hey, we probably should be, I don't care what kind of bulbs it is, but at least it should be a little bit more, like, we would not probably take something from the town with this little detail and say, sure. And I know we don't, because I've lived 8 years of like, we need a lot more information. We're like saying, sure, on like what amounts to, it's nothing bad. We just need to, it's like a process. This is like the first year we're doing this. We have to get better at it. And it feels like we are like light on enough information to make this kind of decision, at least I think. So I'm kind of going what Matt's saying, it's just making me rethink my position at least, so.
I'll ask it this way. If we only do 2 out of 3.
I won't quit.
It's.
That's a drastic, I'll still work here.
I'm just trying to make sure we're not being a penny wise. That's all. Listen, it's 150K. It's a good amount of money. We can do a lot with that. Okay, what's that?
Everything is big money. There's
Okay.
no number that's really.
But what I don't want to do is we're back here in 2 years. Somehow we got to replace controls and it's $250,000. So
I can't answer that question, I don't know. Right now, what's going through my mind is, do I have to have a conversation with someone to find out, is it required to have new controls because now they're all LEDs? Because LED itself requires different type of controls than regular light. I don't have the answer, but listening to the conversation, that's what I'm thinking. Is, should I need to have a conversation with somebody, because then it's a different decision you have to make. Yes, the existing lighting controls will work, not as well as new controls, but is it worth $150,000 to upgrade the lighting control? Compared to somebody says, well, if you're putting LEDs, that requires a different type of lighting controls. So if you're putting LEDs, you should change the controls. I don't have the answer, but I understand your concern.
If you were to go get that answer and then come back before us in the summertime or something and go, hey, it turns out the controls are needed and we gotta take it up and.
If I find out it's not needed, I'll tell you, I don't need the money, you can keep it. If you approve it.
Yeah, but I don't wanna, here's the thing, it's a chicken and egg. I don't wanna tie up capital on something that we're gonna bag anyway versus we say no to it now, you come back to us and go, hey, it turns out if you wanna accomplish 1 and 2, you need 3. And then we gotta figure out a way to come up with 157K out of fund balance or whatever it is come July.
Is it possible to get an answer not by the summer, but by Monday or Thursday?
I was gonna say, that's a short turnaround time, you need a contractor to pick up the phone.
I know.
Oh, listen, we can try it that way, fine with me.
There's no way on God's green earth you need.
We're meeting again Monday, cause we're having too much fun. Huh?
I'll do my best.
All right, can we table it? Do we vote it down? What's the best path here? Because I don't want to vote it down and then, I don't know, screw ourselves or something, so.
I think we're putting this on a list to vote formally on Monday or Thursday, as the case may be. I think on Monday or Thursday, we can take something off that's already on the list or add something that's not currently on the list to the list. So we can change the list or skip the list completely and just put it right on the.
So where are we at motion-wise right now? We're reconsidering it?
We have no motion. We have reconsidered it.
So it's currently on the list?
It's currently off the list.
We took it off?
And
Okay.
no motion has been made, actually. We should have had a motion, but we didn't have previously.
Cool.
We did, we had a motion to reconsider. I think you approved it.
We did, the act of reconsidering it takes it off the list.
Okay.
So can we just make a motion to table this item then until Monday? Would that be the right?
So moved.
Is there a second? Second, okay. Motion to table this item was made by the vice chair, second Mr. Kelly. Discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, abstention, we'll talk about it Monday.
John, if I get an answer, who do I contact?
John.
You?
You'll be here
So-
Monday.
Whoever's last.
The rest of the items.
If you go to Tony or Sharon, they'll reach out to me, or you can email me, whatever,
Well, you're gonna do the rest of the items Monday, right?
we're gonna do the rest of these right now.
We have 4 left.
He's packing out.
Yeah, we're moving.
We only got,
No.
we only
The
got
town
one.
items.
We only got two more,
You got,
or three more.
oh, you're gonna do those tonight?
We got like 3 more.
Yeah.
Yeah, we were on the 50,000.
Yeah.
I went past 11:30, I thought, you know what?
Yeah, you know, Colbert is just getting started. We're good. All right. Can I have a motion to appropriate $50,133 to put on a separate list for CHS thermal imaging study?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by the vice chair, second Mr. DeProto. What's the equipment we're looking to purchase?
It's not just, right now, at the moment, based on that request, it's not just to purchase the equipment, it's, an assessment of the electrical system.
Correct. I just want to know what the comment's for.
Well, what I had the conversation with Mr. Sullivan, is buying the equipment and then using it for both the town and the Board of Ed. We just have to make sure that the people who use it know what they're doing with it. So it may require training, but rather than hiring somebody to do it, why don't we buy the equipment so we can all use it, both the town and the Board of Ed, and we'll have that equipment going forward.
So how much leeway are we giving this appropriation? This could go either towards equipment or towards the study? Is that what I'm hearing?
I think that's over here.
I think in the long run, it's better to buy the equipment and either having one of our staff that's trained on it and using it is better than paying someone to do it one time for one building. When we have 4 schools and the town has multiple buildings, and this is a safety component.
And we think the study and the equipment purchase could be very similar in cost.
Yes, sir. If
Yes.
anything, I think the equipment might be less.
What about training and stuff?
That's, I don't have an answer for that, but I think that we can work in the long run, we can work it out.
Discussion? Good.
Is this an example of something where another town might already have this? Like Rocky Hill or whatever else, or is that, even maybe as we go in this process, it might be worth even asking at some point, maybe?
I don't follow the towns and ask them if I borrow their equipment any more than I let other towns borrow my equipment.
Well, we do that at the town level. Yeah, it's a common thing to do. I mean, it's just something to think about, and maybe just a little different way of thinking. I'm not saying for every piece of equipment, but we do that across some other equipment. Because this is probably not something, you're gonna use this like, what, 2 days out of a year maybe? So why not just share it across the towns? I mean, I don't know, just a thought.
I like those crazy.
It's great thing. What's the purpose of this? Like, what's the intent? Is to inspect the roof or something? Gotcha.
Is there a particular reason why it's dedicated to CHS?
That was the board's recommendation based on the equipment they saw there.
Okay, but in theory, if we get the equipment, you can use it wherever you want.
That's why we'd rather buy the equipment than hire somebody to do it over CHS, then we can do all of our buildings.
Is there any split with the fire district? I mean, can they use it too?
Fire
Is that,
district,
no, not really, right?
government, aren't they, everything is all town.
They have their own budget, right?
You talk about,
No.
no? And then,
I wish it were true.
Yeah.
if I have the equipment, I don't care if anybody else in town wants to borrow it.
With the fire district in the town if we need to, or help each other or whatnot. I'm not saying fully, but there's some of it at least.
No.
There's some of it, Tony.
Governments,
Oh, I know that, but there's some sharing of things.
Right, yeah,
that's
well,
why I got a water meter on every single,
All right, I guess here's to kind of combine this and to move along. Obviously, I think from a safety standpoint, the study's got to get done. What I think I'd appreciate is if we move forward with this, that you do kick the, do kick the tires on, do some of the town have the ability to do this for us, and then if we move the money back, and move the money back, but.
We got the preliminary conversation about working together.
Well, I'm saying to the vice chair's point, Rocky Hill, Weathersfield, wherever, if there's some phone calls to be made to try to see if we can share it and then get this back to us, I think that would be good. Further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, signal by raising your hand. Opposed? Okay, for the note, Mr. Blanchett opposes. Can I have a motion to appropriate $73,041 for CHS Protective Coordination Study to be put on a separate list?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by the vice chair, second Mr. DeProto. Couldn't even begin to tell you what this is. I mean, can we?
I'm gonna move the table
I was gonna
this.
say,
Yeah,
can we
there's no
table this one
description.
too? Could you just gather info and, okay? So there's a motion to table, is there a second?
Second.
Second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Abstention, motion carries. Okay, can I have a motion to appropriate $97,197 on a separate list for WIS exit sign LED renewal?
So moved.
Moved by the vice chair. Seconded by Mr. Blanchett. Good for you. I think we already kind of went through this, right? Discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by raising your hand. Opposed? Abstention, motion carries. Last thing I'll just say real quick, and, Dr. Macri made a very impassioned speech earlier about two-way street and making sure we're trusting each other here. Obviously, there's two very large items got moved to the next fiscal year. Like to see, if the track comes through, and we are fortunate enough on June 30 where we get a nice, hopefully number in the black, that maybe there's some items on here that you guys might be able to consider picking up on. So,
I'm open to working with the town, always have, my style.
Okay.
I can't get it done without your help, I can't get it done without Tony's help.
no, I know, it's just one of those things. The first year where the Board of Finance doesn't have to look at it, we're running a nice surplus. So it's just kind of how that's kind of gone. So anyway, all right. I think we're done for the night, gentlemen. What do you think?
Thank you very much, gentlemen.
Thank you. Can I have a motion to
Claudio.
adjourn?
Second.
11:40. Record time. Tony, let's. Where do you want to hang? You want to go? What's open? Let's go.